No, he's here. I'd like to welcome everyone to the December 10th school board meeting. Can we have a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Yes, on the roll call to establish quorum for today's meeting, December 10th, 2025. Student Director Simmons, Student Director Smith, Director Lotta,
Present.
Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Director Berry, Director Thompson,
Present.
Vice President Batchelor,
Here.
and President Bruhart.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And can we have an interpretation check, please, Mr. Secha?
Yes, moving to interpretation check. We will start with Arabic. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please don't raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Ms. Abdi, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Yes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الاجتماع إلى الترجمة باللغة العربية أرجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشادات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اختر كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية هناك 3 نقاط في أسفل الشاشة عند كلمة مور، اضغطوا عليها ثم اختاروا كلمة الترجمة واختاروا اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي حتى تستمعون إلينا بوضوح. وشكرا. Arabic instruction is done.
Great, thank you, Ms. Abdi. Check attendees to see if any hands are raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with Arabic interpretation. We will next go to Cantonese. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Cantonese interpretation. Mr. Ewan, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Cantonese, please.
大家好，呢度係屋倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。如果你需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請到你熒屏右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇廣東話，你就可以收聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。如果你需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請舉手，讓我哋知道有人需要我哋嘅翻譯服務。多謝。The Cantonese announcement is done.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ewan. Check attendees to see if any hands are raised for Cantonese interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with Cantonese interpretation. We will next go to Spanish. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please.
Yes, of course. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea al español y les pedimos que por favor levanten virtualmente la mano si quieren la interpretación por Zoom y si están presentes vayan a la parte de atrás del salón y ahí hay computadoras y se les va a enseñar cómo entrar a la interpretación por Zoom. Ahora bien, cuando se prenda, van a ver en la parte de abajo de la pantalla de Zoom un símbolo que es como un globo terráqueo y abajo dice interpretación. Presionen ahí y van a elegir el español, que está en inglés, dice Spanish, elijan Spanish y ya van a poder escuchar la interpretación. También van a poder escuchar la versión original en inglés y a algunas personas no les gusta eso, entonces lo pueden apagar. Hay un botón que dice apagar audio original y está en inglés, dice Mute Original Audio y lo presionan Done y ya solo lo van a escuchar en español. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor hagan la pregunta, pero nuevamente este servicio solamente se va a dar si levantan ahorita la mano virtualmente o en presencia y en la siguiente parte de la agenda se va a volver a anunciar el servicio. Muchas gracias. Spanish announcement is done. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Walker Marquez. Checking attendees to see if the hands raised for Spanish interpretation. See no hands raised, we will not start with any interpretation as of this moment, but we will check again later during the meeting for any interpretation that's needed. I turn it back to you, President Bruhart.
Thank you. Tonight in closed session, we will discuss the following items. D1, 25-1864, conference with labor negotiators. D2, 25-2858, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. D3, 25-2862, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. D4, 25-2091, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Under public employment, the Superintendent of Public Schools, item D5, 24-1967. Under Public Employees Performance Evaluation, D6, 25-2494, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Interim Superintendent of Schools. Under Pupil Matters, D7, 25-2841, Expulsion Student DD. D8, 25-2843, Expulsion Student EE. D9, 25-2844, Expulsion Student FF. D10, 25-2924, Expulsion Student GG. D11, 25-2925, Expulsion Student HH. We will reconvene to public session at 5:30. And right now, are there any public comments on closed agenda items?
Yes, Madam President, we have one. Sada Olabala, how much time would you like to allot for public comment?
2 minutes.
Related to the expulsion process, according to Education Code 48916, at the time of expulsion, the board shall recommend a plan for the student's rehabilitation back into the district. Related to lawsuits that should be pursued, it's unbelievable that you have 29 items that are on the Measure BJ&Y, and none of them have been brought before the Measure BJ&Y committee for consideration. At the meeting the other day, they were asking for answers related to the feasibility study. They didn't know anything about it. Related to the issues that will be dealt with McClymonds, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 issues, or items, I should say. All of them call for additional days. 413 days for item 12, additional. 789 days additional for item 13. 413 days additional for item 14. 730 days additional for item 17. Two of the items of the 2, 12 and 13, were supposed to be executed from June 30th to October of this month. There's been no identification of why the work was not done. Something is going on, and you are doing nothing to intervene with the fact that you have taken the school and moved all of the children to one side of the school, taken items and resources out of the school, and they're just sitting there with no work going on since June 30th, and we're in December, and nobody is questioning it. That's a lawsuit that needs to happen. And you sit here and say nothing, and it's going to come up again. Is my time up? I don't see any clock. Is it up? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other comments for closed session?
There are no further speakers for this item, Madam
Okay.
President.
Thank you. We will now go into closed session, and we'll reconvene at 5:30. I'd like to welcome everyone to the December 10th meeting of the Board of Education. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Yes, Madam President, you may. On the roll call, Student Director Simmons,
Present.
Student Director Smith,
Here.
Director Lotter,
Present.
Director Williams,
Present, sir.
Director Hutchinson, Director Barry,
Present.
Director Thompson,
Present.
Vice President Batchelor,
Here.
and President Brohard.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And Mr. Seychow, can we have an interpretation check, please?
Yes, moving to interpretation check. For tonight's meeting, we have 3 languages for live interpretation. They are Arabic, Spanish, and Cantonese. For in-person, we have laptops to your left side of the room if you need interpretation. There is also closed caption feature available on Zoom that you can use by clicking the closed caption icon on your Zoom taskbar. With that, we will start with Arabic. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Mr. Tarek, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Thank you. مساء الخير، السلام عليكم جميعا. للحصول على الترجمة باللغة العربية اليوم الرجاء اتباع التعليمات التالية. إذا كنتم تحضرون شخصيا في المكان ارفعوا يدكم حتى يزودكم أحد الموظفين بجهاز مسمى. أما إذا كنتم بحاجة الاستماع للترجمة الفورية عن طريق الزوم، الجهاز أسفل الشاشة والضغط على زر رفع اليد الموجود أسفل الشاشة. إذا لم يرفع أحد يده فلن يتم توفير الخدمة. بعد بدء الاجتماع وبعد إعلان الترجمة جميعها، انقروا على رمز الكرة الأرضية الذي يحمل عبارة الترجمة أو interpretation وثم اختاروا اللغة العربية. إذا لم تكن الكرة الأرضية انقروا على علامة المور أو 3 نقاط ومن ثم اضغطوا على language interpretation ترجمة اللغة واختاروا اللغة العربية وأخيرا ضعوا انتهى أو done وتأكدوا من أنه كتم الصوت الأصلي mute original audio. شكرا لكم. Arabic announcement is done.
Great, thank you, Mr. Tarek. Checking attendees to see if any hands are raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands raised for Arabic interpretation, we'll not start interpretation at the moment. We'll next go to Cantonese. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Cantonese interpretation. Mr. Yuan, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Cantonese, please.
大家好，呢度係屋崙聯合校區教育委員會會議。如果你身處現場而需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請到你禮堂嘅左手邊領取一部手提電腦，然後跟隨以下嘅指示，你就可以連同網上嘅人士收聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。如果你需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請到你嘅熒屏右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇廣東話。你就可以收聽到廣東話翻譯。如果你需要廣東話翻譯，請舉手，由我哋知道有人需要呢個翻譯服務。多謝。Cantonese announcements is done, Mr. Seychow.
Great, thank you, Mr. Yuan. Checking attendees to see if any hands are raised for Cantonese interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with Cantonese interpretation. We will next go to Spanish. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Mr. Copenhagen, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please. Mr. Copenhagen, we cannot hear you. Let's go with Ms. Walker Marquez. If you can unmute yourself to make that interpretation. Give us one moment. Great, thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. And I could hear on Zoom Mr. Copenhagen. Anyway, we are in Spanish. Buenas noches, estamos ofreciendo el servicio de interpretación simultánea al español. Entonces les vamos a pedir que por favor levanten la mano virtualmente para pedir el servicio, o si están presentes pueden levantar la mano y van a ir a la parte de atrás del salón donde tienen computadoras y ahí pueden ponerse audífonos y van a escuchar el servicio de la interpretación al español. Ahora, para poder escuchar el servicio de interpretación, van a ver en la parte de abajo de Zoom, de su pantalla, van a ver el icono de interpretación, que es como un globo terráqueo y dice interpretación. Presionen ahí y van a elegir el español, pero está en inglés, dice Spanish. Presionen donde dice Spanish y después ya van a escuchar la interpretación al español, pero también van a escuchar el inglés, pero a un volumen más bajito. Si no quieren escuchar el inglés a un volumen más bajito, lo pueden apagar, donde dice Mute Original Audio, que significa apagar el audio original, y luego aprieten Done y así ya no van a escuchar el inglés. Pero nuevamente, para que se les dé el servicio, por favor, levanten la mano, ya sea virtualmente o presencialmente, para que ofrezcamos el servicio de interpretación en esta sección de la agenda. Muchas gracias. Spanish announcement is done.
Great, thank you, Ms. Walker Marquez. Thank you. Check attendees to see if any hands are raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with any interpretation, and we'll check again later during the meeting. I turn it back to you, President Brewhart.
Thank you, Mr. Seychow. Thank you all for coming tonight. At tonight's meeting, there will be several allotted times where you make public comments, provided you pre-registered to speak online before the meeting started, or you can fill out a comment card, which you can find on the table by the entrance. You can submit those cards at any time. There will be time after the adoption of Pupil Discipline Consent Report. There'll be time after special orders of the day. One item. There will be time after the student board's members report, after the superintendent's report, after the adoption of the general consent report, after the adoption of the general consent report number 2, and after the adoption of the general consent report facilities. Also, after all non-agenda items within the board, within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. There are 3 public hearings. There will be public comment after each of those hearings. There is one for the Bay Area Technology School, a petition and charter renewal, sunshining of UAOS, and sunshining of Building Trades Council. There will also be time to speak after unfinished business, after declaring the need for emergency construction services for the repair of dangerous conditions at various sites via demolition of existing structures, after the update of the budget scenarios, after the service agreement 2025-2026 designed for Equity LLC. After new business, there are 4 items under that. The first interim financial report, authorizing the demolition of unsafe and blighted structures at 1025 2nd Avenue, the application for provisional internship, the unofficial declaration of candidacy, and that's the last one. Tonight, in closed session, we discussed the following matters. Under Labor Matters, under item D1, number 25-1864, conference with labor negotiators, the board discussed this matter. Under Legal Matters, item D2, number 25-2858, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. There was a motion made by myself, President Brohart, and Vice President Batchelor, with a vote in favor to take the settlement of 5-0, with 2 absent. On item D3, member 25-2862, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The board approved a settlement in this matter, motion by myself and by Vice President Batchelor, and it was approved by 5-0 with 2 absent. On item D4, number 25-2091, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, the board gave direction in this matter, the motion by myself and seconded by Vice President Batchelor, and vote for 5-0 with 2 members absent. Under Public Employment Matters, on item D5, number 24-1967, Superintendent of Schools, we did not discuss this matter. Under Public Employee Performance Evaluation Matters, on item D6, number 25-2494, Interim Superintendent of Schools, the board discussed this matter. On pupil matters, on item D7 through D11, pupil matters, the board heard these matters and will vote on the matters in public in section 1 on the agenda. And that is the end of the December 10th, 2025 closed session report. Are there any modifications to the agenda? Okay. There are several that I'm going to make. I want to move item J, which is our special orders of the day, to after item K, which is the student report. I want to move items S2 and T1 after the Baytech hearing. I want to move matters M and R to M after R. And are there any other modifications from board members? Okay. With that, we will look at item I, which is pupil consent report. Is there a motion to adopt the pupil consent report?
So moved.
Second.
And are there any public comments on this?
Yes, Madam President, we have two. It's Ben Tapscott and Sheila Haynes.
1 minute each.
Sheila Haynes, I believe, is online. If you can raise your hand to be recognized. In the meantime, Ben Tapscott, if you'd like to speak now, you can. I do see Sheila Haynes online. I will allow them to speak.
1 minute.
Yeah, if you can begin to speak, Sheila Haynes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. If this is the pupil discipline item?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to continue to lift up the fact that kids need to be in the most loving and joyful spaces. And there should be restorative type practices district-wide, not just in the event of a kid getting expulsion from school, but just the overall practice. They need that daily reinforcement of love and respect. I honestly am sticking to my guns when I say that, mandating an environment with a zero tolerance on hate speech is the way to go. And it's a great start for violence to be nipped in the bud before things escalate. So I would like to know what sort of actions are being done in terms of when kids are expelled, and how you guys plan on really just getting to the point where kids aren't getting expelled from school. So thank you for this time. I see my time's running out. I'll see you on the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hollis, are there any other public speakers on this item?
Asada Olukbala.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
During closed sessions, I informed you of Education Code 48916 of the state of California, that you're supposed to come up with a plan for the students who are being expelled. Within that plan, you're supposed to have recommendations for improving academic performance, recommendations for tutoring, special ed assessments if necessary, job training is an option, counseling, community service recommendations, and other programs that can be deemed necessary for that child to return functional back into their education. And I don't think you're doing that. And if you are, you're also supposed to, by law, come up with data that's required about who is being expelled and other things that are happening related to those expulsions. That's data required by the state, and that's public data that we never see.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
All speakers for this item have been called.
Thank you. Mr. Rickstar, can we have a roll call on the vote, please?
Yes. On the roll call to adopt the Pupil Discipline Consent Report. Student directors are recused. Director Latter,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson,
Abstain.
Director Barry,
Abstain.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Brohard.
Yes.
The Pupil Discipline Consent Report is adopted.
The next item on the agenda is special orders of the day. Oh, I have a different, okay, I'm sorry, it's student board director's report.
Good evening, community, parents, students, board, and superintendent. For today's report, we will go over some ACC updates and some community events. So first, for ACC updates, me and Director Smith attended the California School Board Association conference. This conference is just like a conference where all the school boards of California get together and they have a conference. They go learn, they do workshops, understand how they can become a better board and work more functionally. During this conference, they have a separate portion of the conference directly for student directors, which me and Director Smith attended. They went through workshops like, what does the LCAT mean? They introduced us to other student directors within California. The majority of the districts in California have a student director. Actually, I think it's believe all districts in California have a student director. I think it's mandated actually. But yes, we were able to see some like-minded peers that we don't see every day because they're in different parts of the state. So it was just really good and a really healthy conference to have, just to be reminded that there are other like-minded people our age continuing the same fight that we're trying to continue. This was my second time at the conference. I would say that we should probably put some new material for those who come back, because it's kind of just rinse and repeat every year. But it was a good overall conference, and I did enjoy my time. This time around, it was in Sacramento. Last time around, it was in Los Angeles. So it's in a different part of California every year. It's around the same time. It was last week. It was a good time, and we appreciated our time. And we met some peers.
Okay, so moving on to some ACC updates, we have a middle school meeting that is going to be at Claremont Middle, December 16th from 10 to 2. Please RSVP yourself or any students, middle school students that you know. This meeting, they will be deciding on a theme for the Middle School Ethnic Studies Conference that's coming up in the spring, and they will be selecting the MCs as well. And lastly, they will be going over the importance of peer support, and they're going to begin designing their workshops, as every workshop is normally student-led at the conference. So moving on to some ACC priorities. For a refresher, we do have 3 priorities each school year that ACC chooses. We have college and career exploration, inclusion, and nutrition. We've broken up into these 3 groups to make sure that we have time to focus on all 3 priorities. The College and Career Exploration Committee has been researching potential inequities in our college counseling at schools, and our goal is to expand career opportunities to all high schools. We're currently reviewing some data from the Linked Learning department that showcase AP, CTE, and dual enrollment courses and what schools are accessible to those. Inclusion is collaborating with Amanda and Aruna still, who are a part of the Disability Access Team, and they're trying to brainstorm ideas to ensure that students with special needs are able to show up and participate in student leadership spaces to ensure that all voices are truly being heard. And lastly, our nutrition committee, it's broken up into 3 main phases. 1, planning and development, which is the phase that we're in right now. Today, at our all-city council meeting, we met with Crystal and Devinder, who are part of the nutrition department, and we started asking them questions surrounding about how OUSD runs their food distribution and what next steps are needed from us as the OUSD union. The second phase is testing and refinement, meeting with staff and students who can help test the food intake system, and then we can begin the full rollout process, which will be taking place during January, where we've been implementing a full structure of not only healthy food preparation, but ensuring that all students are okay to eat the food that is provided to them at their school sites.
So some community events. These aren't upcoming events. This is kind of a recap. So Mayor Lee's Youth Advisory Council, which I'm the chair of, has been doing an initiative called Help a Teacher Out, where we are picking one school each month to raise community funded supplies for, and donate supplies to their school. These are usually schools that are under-resourced in areas that have a lower annual income. More students qualify for free lunch. But this month, so if you haven't been keeping track of what we've been doing, we started this in August. We started with an initial launch-off event where we were able to gather 150 classrooms worth of supplies in about 3 weeks. After that, we went to Roosevelt Middle School in September and October, and then we went to Ralph Bunch Continuation School in November. So here's the November recap. We have a little, do we have the video? Do we have the video? So I can give you guys a little recap while they're pulling up the video. So we were able to gather some supplies for Ralph Bunch. We got a lot of supplies for Ralph Bunch this month. We just delivered their first shipment of supplies Friday, which was 150 packs of erasers, 80 notebooks, 80 glue sticks, 55 packs of pencils, 55 packs of coloring pencils, 50 rulers, 50 pencil sharpeners, 50 folders, 50 pencil cases, 50 packs of pens, 50 highlighters, 50 backpacks, 40 dividers, 15 packs of lined paper, 15 bottles of water paint, 5 packs of copy paper, and 1 tub of air-dried clay. And we also put together a little fundraiser to raise supplies, because when we reached out to Ralph Bunch to tell them that they were the school we had picked for this month, they let us know and they explained to us that while they were buying their supplies for this year, they came up about $1,200 short and weren't able to buy the rest of their supplies. So we put together this event to raise $1,000 to buy the supplies for them. I think I saw Ralph Bunch's principal Vasquez, when I walked in here, actually. But yeah, you can play the video if we have it. Is it too long? Oh, they're not playing it because it's too long. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you want to check it out, you can go to my Instagram, Mac. It's just my name. But thank you. That concludes for our report.
Thank you. Sorry about the video. Are there any public speakers in this?
Yes, Madam President. We have 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers. So want me to read them off?
Sure.
Asada Olagbala, Zachary Norris, Malcolm Harris, Najurai Quina. My apologies if I misspelled your name or mispronounced your name. Amia
B.
No, this is for the student report. Okay. If you're speaking for the student report, and if you're a student, you can speak first. But are there any speakers for the students' report?
Those were the names that were just called, Madam President. You want me to read them off again?
Some people may have signed up for the wrong item, Madam President.
Yeah, they did sign up for the wrong item. That's so outside of Ms. Sada?
And again, if you signed up for this item by mistake and wanted to speak on the superintendent's report, please submit another speaker card designating that you want to speak on item N as in Nancy, which is the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Mrs. Sada, did you want to speak on the student report? Oh, okay, thank you. Are there any board comments on the student report? Director Thompson.
Yes, I'll make this very quick. I was very pleased to see career and college and career exploration at number 1. And so as I looked down further, I saw AP and CT and dual enrollment. So thank you very kindly for that. But then I just want to also add that if you want to extend your connection, I invite you to contact Dr. Cole, who is working with energy converters, and I'm pretty sure you'll probably have a wonderful time having a conversation about how you can augment or enhance what the students at the high school level are actually getting.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments?
Thank you as always for the report. I'll be there next week at Claremont for the middle school event, so I'll see some of you all there. And I just want to appreciate the work on nutrition. I actually had a chance to meet a few of the student government students at Peralta Elementary, and one of the things that they're working on is ensuring that students have access to culturally appropriate food. So I just wanted to I lifted up that was one of your priorities, but even the youngest governments are working on that too.
Dr. Batchelor?
Thank you. Yes, again, appreciate your report, and I'm glad that you guys were able to get to see SBA and really get to meet other student board directors across the state. 2 things. Would love to know tentatively what the dates are for the Ethnic Studies Conference, because I feel like every year I try to go, and every year I don't get a chance to. So if that could be sent to us as soon as, or if you guys already know that date, just let us know. And then super excited that I will be participating in like mock interview day and career day at Rudsdale, and would love to see other school sites. I know I participated in Fremont's mock interview day as well, and so would love to see how we can continue those types of practices throughout the district, because I think that really prepares students for the next phase of their careers when they get out of school. So those are the only 2. Thank you.
I do want to give you guys a huge shout out. I think your Help a Teacher Out thing has been really well organized. I think it really is helping teachers. I know Roosevelt and Ralph Bunch, so I'm curious to know who the December or maybe January honoree is. January, okay. Yeah, December might get a little short. And again, I want to echo what Director Lada said. I also met with parents at Garfield who raised the same concern. So it's definitely appreciate your work and your leadership in that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank the student directors. Appreciate the work you're doing. Appreciate you coming to McClymonds. Appreciate you hitting up Bunch as well. You have to stop by Martin Luther King if you get a chance. Have a redesigned playground. The whole school is actually has been refreshed. A lot of beautiful images. Yes, I got a plan for you on that one. I have a plan for you. Yes, you're right. But it's there. It's right around the corner. But I just really want to shout out. Thank you for looking up for the schools in District 3. We got a lot of great things going on. just want to invite you there. And again, I appreciate the college and career exploration. I'm really focused heavily on CTE, so really want to do some work with CTE. I think sometimes we kind of tell our students that they should just be going to college when some have talent to do work in various apprenticeships. And those are jobs they don't have to get a student loan out for. They can actually work and get a good salary. So if you're doing anything on the CTE thing, let me know. I would love to support, love to lift that up. I do work statewide on CTE work. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our special.
President Bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Smith, for stopping by my event on the weekend. And I just really want to encourage any students who might be watching, and again, encourage our student directors and the All-City Council to really put in some more work in trying to organize students, especially as we should have made budget decisions months ago. There has to be decisions made in January. And there's a lot of talk in the community about student voice and student-centered budgets and student this and student that, but we still haven't heard it yet come directly from the students. And so it was great that multiple members of the All-City Council were at our last special meeting about budget scenarios. However, I can help with that, but I think it's really important, especially when we come back in January, that we have a real student presence at our meeting and some more fully developed ideas coming directly from students on how you would like to see this budget going forward and how you would like to see this financial crisis addressed. So I'm just gonna keep trying to encourage you and however I can help out with that, but I think it's just really, really important. And imagine if we had a room full like this and then there were 200 students standing around the outside. That's how we can really leverage decisions to be made that we want to see made. And I'm always going to encourage the students to stand up and use their voices instead of listening to adults try to say what student voice is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is special orders of the day, and I believe PSAC is making a presentation.
A point of clarification before PSAC starts. President Brohard, we've never had an item like this before on an agenda at a meeting where it's a special order of the day and just the language in the agenda I saw was first come, first served from a number of groups. So can you please state publicly for the community and for myself, what is the intention of this special order of the day? What is the plan? Because my understanding is people are going to be talking about budget scenarios, but that's further in the agenda. And the budget scenarios only were released on Sunday. And so I'm not quite sure what this is about or even how groups were notified and why I see some groups listed, but not every group that would qualify. So can you please give us some sort of framing for what this is?
I can do that. This was, PSAC is generally, gives their report on the second Wednesday of the month. And I know that the parents have done PSAC, LCAP. They've all met very, had lengthy meetings to really analyze the budget scenarios. So in checking with our parliamentarian, that we opened this up to allow PSAC to be able to make their analysis of what's going on, again, honoring that work that our parents have done in this.
Well, but on J1 though, for this item, it says presentation by all city council, parent-student advisory committee, board bylaw 9131 committee, and commissions, first come, no more than 10 minutes each. And so the way this is listed on the agenda was not a special order of the day for just PSAC. And so what is the intent of this? And were all groups that fall under that category notified? Like, why isn't the all city council
all groups were notified, and PSAC is the one who's stepped forward first. If the others have something they want to also present, they are able to do that as well. I would like to move on in the interest of time.
So can we make that announcement so those groups know they have an opportunity to present?
You just made that announcement. Thank you. I'm going to move on with PSAC. It's a special order of the day. PSAC normally gives their report the second Wednesday of the month, of the second meeting of the month. They've gone through a lot of work to analyze our budget scenarios. And again, out of respect again to our parent community that has done this work, that's how, in checking with the parliamentarian, that's how we decided to get this on the agenda. All the other groups listed on your agenda, and I don't have it right in front of me now, have been notified, and they are also able to come up and make a 10-minute presentation. Thank you. And I believe you're ready to go?
Me? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the time. My name is Matt Glazer. I'm one of the lead delegates of the PSAC. I'm up here with JT and Brooke and Coriander. We actually met last night and had a lengthy discussion about the most recently presented budget scenarios. Over the last couple of weeks, we've spent a lot of time looking at these, and JT and I in particular did a lot of work over the weekend trying to analyze what the overall sentiments were of the PSAC and draft a statement that we passed as a consensus statement last night. And we want to read that right now. So we'll start with Brooke.
Hi. The Parent and Student Advisory Committee would like to preface our statement with an appreciation of the work that has been done by the district staff and the engagement of those in the Oakland community who have provided critical input as we face these systemic budgetary issues together. We want to acknowledge the long hours spent and difficult decisions at hand, and to emphasize our hope that this arduous process makes our district stronger and better through leadership, transparency, and most of all, empathy for the students and families at the core of our efforts. We also thank the board for this opportunity to deliver our statement. Our members speak in solidarity when we say the rapid pace and shortened timeline of these impactful decisions is frustrating and inexcusable. We are confused and dismayed that such a drastic state of change has been reduced to a few short months and a handful of public meetings of deliberations. True reform must include a sober regard of how we got here and a real effort to correct past mistakes and inequities. However, at this moment, time is short. The committee must look forward in our assessments, and we provide the following statements as a consensus per our reading of the amended resolution and scenarios at hand. We have had very limited time to review scenarios 3 and 4, and our review of specifics will continue. Our initial reaction to these scenarios include a deep concern at the depth of cuts being proposed to special education, which will have an outsized effect on all students. Additionally, we are very concerned with the potential of financing these restructuring, which will delay tough decisions at additional expense. The amended resolutions language to direct cuts, the amended resolutions language to direct cuts that do not directly impact students in schools is well-meaning, but has contributed to the confusion of both the district and community. PSAC believes that all of the school district's work is for the benefit of students, and therefore our committee recommends the board clarify specific criteria, programs, and consolidations that can have the largest budget impact while minimizing the impact on students and families as well as staff. Investments in student safety must remain the highest priority and should not be reduced. We encourage robust scrutiny and accountability in our district safety strategies, policies, and implementation. It is important to reiterate and uplift that students cannot learn if they do not feel safe, teachers cannot teach if they do not feel safe, and attendance and enrollment will suffer if families do not feel safe. Okay, and I'll pass it on to JT.
Focus on restoration of the base budget. There's been far too much reliance on reclassifying expenses outside the base to be able to pay for them. Any positive change to our perennial budget woes will include honesty in these classifications and spending within our means. We believe that cuts to enrollment stabilization and cuts to maintenance below the state requirement would be counterproductive to fiscal goals. Based on the guidance around recent gains in enrollment and the potential loss of state grants, it seems clear that enrollment services and maintenance need to be protected from significant cuts. We would like to see a scenario that includes reductions in salary or furloughs for the highest level administrators at the district. While a significant number of FTE positions are being eliminated in both scenarios, we do not see any austerity in the base compensation of the most highly paid district staff and would be encouraged to see this in the scenarios. Network consolidations, as proposed, reduce support for schools directly without being worth the long-term reductions in expense. Network consolidations only work with school consolidations. Reducing staff at this level does not reduce the workload or the number of schools supported within each network, which in many cases is the first line of support in critical situations.
Custodial services are essential and should not be reduced. While efforts should always be made to find more cost efficiency at school sites, the cleanliness of our schools is an essential element of health, safety, and happiness for students and teachers. We are encouraged by the focus on reducing contracts through centralization and internal hires. Every effort should be made to pursue strategies to cut costs and negotiate with vendors, which would be a greater benefit. Managing multiple small contracts seems to be a large drain on central staff resources, so we recommend consolidation to preferred vendors to reap benefits and cost savings in these areas. It is practically impossible to reach the stated target without cutting school site and district programming. While we applaud all efforts to shift cuts away from school sites, the enormous portion of the budget devoted to programming must be scrutinized closely for opportunities to cut costs through creative and collaborative work. Where might the district look to combine programs that benefit similar populations? And finally, our community understands that this budget process will be challenging at every level. We urge the board and district to make hard decisions that prioritize the safety and joy of our students and to protect and lift up those among us who rely on public education as both a human right and as the cornerstone of a strong and healthy Oakland, both now and for generations to come. That was our draft statement. We did have a few statements we didn't have time to get to that we're going to continue discussion on. We are going to have a meeting next week to go through those, and I'll just read the top line on those. These were not adopted yet, and we'll see where they go next week. The first one is, there must be a serious consideration of a change to the policy of school choice. The second one is, cuts made to school sites directly should follow a needs-based assessment. And while school consolidations and closures are not off the table, we believe they should be considered only as a last resort. Thank you for the time. I'm going to pass it over to Coriander for the TAC report.
Merci beaucoup. Hello, I'm Coriander Milius, co-chair of the CAC. I'm here to give our statement, our response. At our December 8th CAC meeting, we discussed the proposals for the budget, including a possible $12 million reduction in the general fund contribution to special education. We appreciate the superintendent's expressed commitment to disabled children and their families. We also appreciate the statement in the proposals that the district cannot take away services that are legally mandated. We understand that cuts must be made, but raise two serious concerns about the manner in which they are being made. One, a $12 million reduction to the special education budget could violate IDEA's rule of maintenance of effort. This is the legal requirement that a district, at minimum, spend the same amount as it did the previous year. Two, a cut this size does not seem possible. It could fully eliminate all of the special education support and oversight team, leaving families without guidance, staff without training, and threatening the coordination of services. Cutting the entire central special education team would still not be enough. More cuts would be needed to arrive at the proposed amount, substantially interrupting the services that students receive and causing direct harm. Excuse me. Connected to this is our renewed urgency in the calling for the adaptation of our resolution, School Stability and Belonging for Disabled Students in OUSD, which was initially slated to be discussed at last month's Teaching and Learning Committee. Our goal since the start of the school year was that the resolution would be adopted by tonight's board meeting in time to reassure families engaged in the enrollment process that the schools they are selecting would in fact be the ongoing home for their disabled children across the grade span. Cuts on the scale of what is proposed now could lead the district to combine, close, and move classrooms mid-year in order to achieve cost savings through maximizing class size, further destabilizing and harming our vulnerable children. We are genuinely struggling to reconcile statements of support for disabled students with the reduction as written in the proposal tonight. We urge district leaders to partner with the special education team to identify very specific ways to reduce or contain costs on specific types of special education expenses without adopting this large and unexplained total reduction. Thank you.
So, hi, Cynthia Molina. Taking a moment just to direct you to content that is in the packet, but the persons weren't able to present it directly. This is an announcement of the December 17 meeting of the District English Language Learners Subcommittee, which will have a budget item in it, but will be after this meeting. And the next item is the Foster Youth Advisory, pointing out something that they just learned yesterday, the proposal to possibly move services for foster youth on-house students and newcomer students to county level. And it's something short in the resolution for tonight, but it is very concerning to them. And they consider centralized case management an important thing and don't understand why foster youth services would be singled out as case management that would go to another entity. So, so that is in your packet, and they would have liked to have been here, but weren't able to discuss the items.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam President. We have several speakers. Eight speakers. I'll just read them off. We have Laura Blair, Tatsu Yamato, Carol Delton, Jonah Dirks, Asada Olagbala, Denita Bowles, Torian Coates, Rima Dirks.
And if there are students that were called in that, if the students could come to the front and speak first.
Can I start?
2 minutes each.
What'd you say?
They'll put the clock up 2 minutes each.
Okay.
But hang on till the clock comes up so you get your full time.
Okay.
All right. You can go ahead.
I would just like to say, hello, my name is Jonah Dirks. I'm a freshman at Skyline High School, and this isn't the first time this kind of incident has happened. And it's my first semester at Skyline, and there's already been 2 lockdowns. I feel like this is outrageous that this has been happening for so long without any further preventative action. And I would like to request funding for Skyline High School. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second and they'll reset the clock. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Torian Coates. I'm in 12th grade. I go to Skyline High School. I'm very disappointed in the decision-making you guys are doing. This is not how you're supposed to be representing me. I'm in Teens on Target, a violence prevention program, and also in Real Hard, one of the many programs that help pass Measure QQ. And as a registered voter now, and as a human being, I deserve the right to go to a safe learning community. With the knowledge of knowing with the knowledge of knowing that the district is on my side, but it seems like you're not. So, yeah, this needs to be stopped now. I'm tired of going on lockdowns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next student.
Hello, my name.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Laura Blair, and I'm a parent at Skyline. On November 12th, a student was shot at our school in the bathroom. Police recovered 2 ghost guns, and 2 students were charged with attempted murder. It is incredibly sad and really difficult. We asked our elected board member, Valerie Batchelor, to meet with us and to attend our town hall meeting, and she didn't attend, and we haven't heard from her. She hasn't responded to our requests, and this is, I think, a dereliction of duty and not a part of the democratic process. So we came to you today. We came to you to talk to you about what we would like in the budget. Please do not make cuts to safety at Skyline and OUSD. If the safety issues continue, enrollment will go down, as noted in the report. If enrollment declines, the budget will decline, and we'll be here again. We're already seeing this as a problem in Oakland, and we're already seeing this in particular in our high schools. So investing in safety in Skyline is not only, and OUSD is not only a moral issue, but it's a fiscal issue. And we're here today to ask you to invest in safety in Skyline. I'd like all of the people who are here from Skyline to stand up if you're not standing up already. We came to you because you didn't attend our town hall meeting as our elected official, and so we're asking for you to do the right thing and invest in our school. Thank you.
The next speaker who was called. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tatsu Yamato. I'm a proud parent of a Skyline High School and a Montero Middle School student. And we really love the community, the teachers and the coaches that we have found at both schools, but I'm deeply concerned about what lies ahead for Skyline, particularly in the wake of last month's on-campus student shooting. As you deliberate on how to address the $100 million structural deficit, I have the following 2 asks. Our students and teachers must have safety. Please ensure that funding continues for violence interrupters, staff training on safety and discipline practices, mental health services, and security measures. Failing to turn this situation around, as Laura laid out so eloquently, will contribute to an exodus of both students and teachers from the school and make the financial situation even worse. 2, please assign a resource to work with us, the Skyline community, to develop and implement a comprehensive analysis, not just an account of what happened, but an analysis and remediation plan to reduce violence and ensure no further shootings occur. Finally, and I'm going to come back to you, Vice President Batchelor, why have you not engaged with us? A student shot another student inside a school in your district, but you've yet to respond to our emails, invitation to attend our town hall, or even acknowledge in a public way this terrible thing happened. How you choose to step up or not in the days, weeks, and months ahead as we work to fix this will be remembered for a long time to come by the community.
Hello, my name is Rima Dirks. I'm a parent of 2 Skyline students, and tonight we're asking for a few simple, essential things. First, pay and protect the people who protect our kids. Our culture keepers, our violence interrupters, and security staff deserve a stable, fairly compensated, OUSD hired positions, not a patchwork of underpaid temporary workers we cannot always rely on. Secondly, Skyline needs a full-time therapist. Now, right now, as we understand it, OUSD doesn't even have a job description for the role, which means the school cannot hire. We talk constantly about mental health. We heard it several times today. Yet with a full-time, dedicated OUSD therapist on campus, we cannot address this. This is an easy fix. to create a job description, and our students need it now. Again, to echo what my other parents were saying, I want to name the silence from our District 6 representative, Valerie Batchelor. Valerie, our community has reached out to you through every single possible channel, and you made the calculated decision to stay silent when your students and staff were in crisis. Our Skyline community notices who speaks up and who does not, and I also serve on the Planned Parenthood board, the same board that endorsed you, Valerie, and I will be transparent about my experience and what I have witnessed when you are up for re-election. Our Titan community is strong. We stand together, and you can see that here today. We do not forget who stands with us. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Madam President, there is an additional speaker, Ben Tapscott, for this item.
I believe the next speaker is. Okay.
I'm just making the statement.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate what some of the parents said, and it just feels like, yeah, no one's saying anything, and I recognize some of you from the town hall meeting, and I just remember feeling like you guys were filling the words and air with just fluff and not saying anything of substance, and it just feels like you guys are scared to make moves because you want to appeal to everyone and you want to keep your position, but when you try to appeal to everyone, you're just appealing to no one. And we want you guys to take a strong position and make big swings, and we will remember who is making our schools better or not. So thank you.
Skyline is a great community, and we need your support. We feel like we don't have it right now, and we have a lot of potential, and we're a great school, and we feel like you are not taking the role you're supposed to, and I feel like you can do better, but I feel like we are a strong community, and we need funding and more support for our school, so please don't cut that. That's kind of an essential part of feeling safe at school. So yeah, thank you.
I believe we have Carol Delton and Coach Tapscott.
I'd like to bring the important subjects that have been discussed back to the other important subjects that were discussed by the PSAC representatives. I am an elected member of the CAC, and in that capacity, I also serve on the outsourcing task force. I'd like to start by thanking Superintendent Sadler for attending CAC on Monday night, and I would like to encourage you to attend every other PSAC group. They're very serious, they know a lot, and they know about how we can prioritize what money we have to support our students best. Since the issue of contracting was lifted up and I serve on the outsourcing task force, I would like to lift that up for a moment in this moment of budget crisis. As I've looked through the documents, one of the things that has been extremely disappointing to me is items that boards, yourself, but other boards before you approved that should have been worked on that are still pending. Consolidating printer contracts listed as still pending. Elevator phone lines, not done yet. 2 items on reducing contracts in what was known as Attachment C, on which the board requested a report in the early fall, still there. And then when our outsourcing task force echoed those in our report, they were brushed off. These are important ways that can save hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time. And just as other overspending, these are the areas that have led the district to this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Sada?
So I can't come to you and say, don't cut from McClymonds, because you haven't done anything for McClymonds to cut. Then I can't say, don't cut from our black reparations program, because you haven't done anything for the black reparations program. So, and I'm very, very disappointed with Skyline. I have been coming to you, and I have been coming to the city council. The position is this: you cannot evacuate students from McClymonds. In the case of the high-risk fire zone, a fire hazard happens, the fire chief has said the instructions is to take them to the football field and shelter them in place. They're talking about safety. Do you know there is no plan to evacuate your children at Skyline in case of a high-risk fire? You shelter in place on the football field. That's it. And I have not seen anybody but me keep bringing this up for several years. And nobody. The city says, you're going to take care of it. That school has no ability for any form of evacuation in case of an earthquake, a serial shooter, whatever it is. There's no place to evacuate them. The 20 buses that you have going up into that school, 10 in the morning, 10 in the evening, that's a high-cost area. We should not be paying for special buses to take to Skyline or Montero. You don't have that privilege right. Get in your cars and bring them up there if you want them up there.
So, I'm thoroughly disgusted with this school board. We're in a mess. We're probably going to get the state to come back in and take over. If we're going to do any cutting, we should do our cutting far away from our students. Why do we have 8 or 7 executive directors making a 6-figure income? Why do we have certain number of people in the district office, assistant superintendent, blah, blah, blah? We're in a crisis, folks, and half of you up there should be retired and you should be resigned. What you have done is made another mess for Oakland. How can you say that you're going to do some cuts when I've had nobody talk about land? We got a lot in West Oakland, sell it. We got a lot right on 2nd Avenue, sell it. And we got West Oakland, East Oakland, sell it and use the money for the deficit. You don't know what you're doing.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
All speakers for this item have been called, Madam President.
Director Batchelor.
Madam President, I want to note for the record that there was a communication to the board on the present agenda subject matter from Viola Gonzalez, who is the new chair of the Measure BJY Committee. I will insert that communication as part of the attached record of comments regarding the agenda item.
Thank you. Vice President Batchelor.
Thank you, President Brohard. I want to provide my sincerest apology to the Skyline community. My inaction has not meant that I have not been working hard on the challenges that you all have shared with us and faced, but it is unacceptable, to say the least. Some of those actions are working with the superintendent to have another meeting where we have all elected officials, myself, Kevin Jenkins, and the mayor, so that we can all be working together, because all of Oakland needs to have a conversation to keep our schools safe. We also have been in communication with the PTSA to schedule a meeting, as they have wanted to schedule one in January. And we have had dates of the 22nd, 27th, where myself, President Brohard, and Superintendent Sadler will be present. And we are waiting to hear from them as well. I have been working diligently to see what we can do to support, to continue to support the violence interruption work that the city has provided us. That contract will be over by the end of this school year, and it'll be unacceptable to continue to have the level of violence that we have in our communities and not have those programs. That is about $2 million worth of an investment from Oakland, and we must work with our city council and with our mayor to continue that work. And I do want to point out, I see Councilmember Gallo here with us today, so if folks want to have a conversation with him as well. But again, it needs to be a citywide effort, and I totally, full-heartedly believe that we need to continue that violence prevention work. And again, my voice may not always be the loudest, but I will do the work, and I will try to restore as much harm as I have caused the community by my silence. Again, my inaction, the lack of communication has not meant that I have not acted. And again, I apologize for not making those actions more public. And again, you should not take anything that I say right now for granted, and you should hold me accountable. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the students and the parents for coming here, and I hope to continue to engage with you as we move forward into the next school year. Thank you.
Director.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to what the PSAC meeting was talking about and cutting a large amount of special education needs. I don't think that is possible. I've personally seen the data from OUSD and how little they spend on the special needs department right now. So thinking that you're able to cut anything from that department is just it's not possible, and I hope that's not anything that you guys are looking forward to. Yes, I agree with sending safety emails, whether you need to work with the chief of safety, whether you need to work with the people in the communications department, or even just the board members. I urge all of you guys to be sending weekly safety emails to your school sites, whether it's just the personal school sites or to OUSD as a whole. There needs to be announcements. We need to know what's going on across OUSD. And 3, making sure that we are providing mental health services. We all know what's going on in the district. We know that we may not have a lot of money right now, but if students are facing personal issues that affect their learning, then OUSD needs to step in, whether that means making funding for a set of counselors or training teachers and staff on these mental health resources. Whatever it needs to happen, that is something that you guys need to focus on for our students.
Are there any other board comments? Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I just want to point out, we've already lost any sense of process at this meeting. This is supposed to be the special order of a day. There's supposed to be multiple groups here speaking. This isn't a time for board comment even, but this is really indicative of what's been going on here for a long time. So I'm proud to say I'm Skyline class of 1991. And I really appreciate the Skyline community coming out tonight. I think it's long overdue. For those of you I spoke with at the town hall that was up at Skyline, you heard from me that I was very, very upset about what happened that night. It was unacceptable. It was a dog and pony show. And we heard excuses from all of the elected officials that actually represent Skyline, just excuse after excuse. And there is no need to chair a facilities committee when we've had a shooting done by a student against another student on one of our school campuses. And so hopefully this is the start of the community really escalating and holding everyone accountable. It's just unacceptable. And these are the real world consequences that we now have to face of a lack of real governance from this school board. The budget crisis has real world consequences. It's going to hurt our ability to even maintain what's in place right now. This idea of blaming it on other people when we all knew that this was a limited grant for the violence interrupters, and we all knew that the grant was expiring at the end of this school year. But as a board, we haven't managed anything well. So of course, we've lost the ability to re-up that grant. And as news of our financial crisis are hit across the front pages, what group is going to want to give us another grant to continue any work? So it's up to us. I'm still a little disappointed that this room isn't packed full of people, that people are still maintaining their silence while sitting in their seats right now. There hasn't been a bigger crisis than this in OUSD, at least since 2003, and I actually think in my lifetime. It has been proven over and over again that until the community steps in and demands something different from the board, this is going to continue. And it's also been shown that nobody on the outside is going to come save us either. Okay, so like I said, I was at the town hall meeting at Skyline. I have an amendment introduced later today to actually move us forward, and I'll put my record up against anyone. But the problem is, it takes 4 votes, and it takes the community to hold everyone accountable.
Your time is up, Director Hutchinson.
And that includes me. So if people are upset about what's happened and continues to happen, it's our responsibility in a democracy to stand up and change it. So I appreciate Skyline showing up today. Hopefully this is the start of pushing forward. And as we see as this meeting goes on, there is no process anymore at Oakland School Board meetings. No. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to take a break right now, and we need to open a public hearing. So
we are in the middle of our special order of the day. Point of clarification.
We have a time.
There were a list
Director
of groups.
Hutchinson, I am chairing the meeting.
Item part way. Can we get a ruling? Because we are in the middle of our special order of the day. We need to finish this first, this item on the budget, and then you can go on to the next, which will be a public hearing, or which will be the hearing for Bay Tech. But we didn't finish item J that we were on.
Director
and you told us there were other groups that were going to speak.
I have not been notified that there are other groups. We're moving on to the public hearing. I'm now opening the public hearing for the charter renewal for Bay Tech. I believe there's a presentation from Bay Tech and from the charter office. No charter. Bay Tech, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there'll be public comment 10 minutes after that. Thank you. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Good evening. I'm Gail Poole. I'm the principal over at Bay Tech, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of our community today. As we start, I want you to keep 3 things in mind for our school. One is that we have moved from a state of crisis to now consistency. Our data from 2 years ago, we acknowledge, is not ideal. But we know that with our stability, our new home, that we're making progress, and we've already seen gains in these most recent test scores. The third thing I want to emphasize is that our kids come to us, they stay with us because they feel safe with us. Here's an overview of some of our basic statistics. We serve Oakland kids. We are representative of the community, the diversity. Something that's not highlighted on this slide, you can see the diversity of our students, including those that are under-resourced, in addition to the number of English learners we serve. What is not included is the number of students we have in special education, which is at just under 20%. We have 19.9% of our students in special education. So again, we continue to serve the students of Oakland. We're an Oakland school. We're not new to the community. We have over 2 decades of experience in educating students in Oakland. Our students, 201 of them, as of today, come from across a variety of Oakland neighborhoods. We're very proud of the number of students that came with us when we moved, and we are hopeful to continue to grow our community now that we're in a safe, secure home. One thing I do want to emphasize is that we acknowledge our enrollment has declined in the last couple years, and so in question and answer, I know I would love for you to ask Dr. Feldman. We can share more about our plans and goals in enrollment. Here's an overview of our mission, our model, our core beliefs. We're a small school community. We are able to really personalize education for each and every one of our students, and our goal is that when they leave us, they are college and career ready. They're ready for the world. Something that you won't necessarily see in the data in here, but you can look on the dashboard and see, is that we have a lot of success with our students being college and career ready after graduation. In particular, that's one of the green spots on our dashboard. We're incredibly proud of our new home at the Palace Theater. After years, we are. For many years, Baytech has lived a nomadic experience, moving around, sharing homes. But we're really proud of the fact that we now have a safe, secure home where all of our kids can go. We are proudly integrating into the community. We're right there on the border of San Antonio and Fruitvale now. We're proud of the number of families and students that stuck with us. Thank you, guys. Okay. We recognize we picked up and we moved 5 miles away to a totally different part of Oakland, and so many of them stayed with us because they believe in us. And we're really proud to be able to serve them. And we're hoping to serve as a beacon and an anchor in the neighborhood for years to come. This is a snapshot of Baytech over the last rechartering period. As noted, like many schools, there was a variety of things: pandemic recovery. We had a tragedy on campus, endless lockdowns, declining enrollment. However, just like our kids are incredibly resilient, we too have been resilient. We've risen. Our most recent spring test scores show that we're getting back on track, and we're confident that with our new location that we're able to continue to accelerate our growth. Here's some additional highlights we want to note. We're very proud that we've decreased our suspension rates. That's a big area of focus for us. Additionally, we've had a massive reduction in chronic absenteeism. It is a direct result of a transportation program that we've implemented and we're incredibly proud of because it has made a huge difference in getting our kids to school. In addition, we've seen a lot of growth with our English learner population. As I noted at the beginning, I do want to acknowledge that we dip down to the low tier. So the data that by law you're required to look at is placing us in the low tier. We acknowledge that we took our eye off the ball. We did not focus on the academic piece as much as we should have. We looked at safety, security. However, in January of last year, we realized we needed to implement a performance improvement plan, which we did, and that's where we're crediting the gains we saw with our most recent test scores that will be coming out later this school year. This is an overview of our plan. It centers around curriculum, so we took a deep dive looking at curriculum for both ELA and math that would really help support our kids. Additionally, as I mentioned, we've had a massive reduction in chronic absenteeism due in huge part to our transportation program. We recognize that we cannot teach our kids if they are not present with us, and so that's made a huge difference. These are our goals. I know they are ambitious, but we are confident that we will make these gains. We use a lot of formative assessments. We're using exact path. So although we know the goals are ambitious, we do feel that they're realistic gains. Part of what allows us to make these gains and to support our kids is that we are a small school community. Our classes are generally no larger than 20, some even just 15 students. Every student on campus participates in what we call Eagle Period, where they are working on individualized, adaptive curriculum to target their specific learning needs. We're able also, we've had math pull-out groups, reading pull-out groups to really provide directed intervention for students that need additional support. As noted, chronic absenteeism is something that I know a lot of schools are struggling with, and that's a bright spot for us. So we're very proud of the tiers of support we've implemented. Something that's not necessarily enumerated on the slide that we also do that is pretty unique is 10 times a year we have parent-teacher conferences. Really, the two keys for us are, one, being able to support our families with transportation to get them to school, and closing that homeschool communication gap to make sure that we're connecting directly with families, particularly for students who are struggling, to make sure that we're providing wraparound supports, SST interventions, and have the full teaching team be able to sit down with the families and then get to the root of what their students' needs are. Our enrollment has declined. We know that. It suffered. We've been impacted by various, events at King Estates, a move, as I mentioned, across town. So we know our enrollment is low, but we do have a plan for improving that. In particular, our grades 7 and 8 were impacted, so we see that we have smaller cohorts in those grades, but we're really impressed by the growth in our 6th grade and our 9th grade cohorts this year, showing that families are coming back and choosing Baytech. This is an overview of our tiered monitoring system. We are continually monitoring student progress with benchmarks, checking grades, holding parent-teacher conferences so that we can target interventions, Saturday school, office hours, assigning peer mentors, counseling support. We added an additional counselor this year, so now we have a dedicated high school and a dedicated middle school counselor in recognition that our students needed some more social emotional support. We've always been a data-driven school. This is some of our verified data. So you can see here, we've had some really great progress in reading and math gains, about 2.6 years in a year for math and 2.7 years within a year for reading. This is also beginning to be shown in our SBAC data, though, as we acknowledge, the data that you need to look at does place us in the low tier, which is we know it's atypical for us. Baytech in every other year has not been in the low tier, but we did dip down. So we are continuing to work on our performance improvement plan and target interventions for groups that need support. This is just an overview of instruction and finances, how all of these things work in hand. Really highlights our organizational capacity. With our new facility, we have a safe, secure environment to continue to grow enrollment and grow our school community. I want to highlight, we have our student services. In particular, as mentioned, reducing chronic absenteeism, because if our kids are not with us, we cannot instruct them. Fiscal sustainability, by all means, Dr. Feldman is our budget guy. He is a guru, so I encourage any questions around our financial solvency to go to him during question and answer. I don't want to use this slide to disparage any other schools. I just kind of want to put our test scores in context. In particular, we see that what is really most important to us is centering that our kids are UC A through G ready. That's a huge area of focus for us. We have all of our students on a UC A through G track to ensure that even if that's not the path they choose to take, that they have the option for the choice. Again, just an overview of governance and fiscal health. We have no audits or compliance findings. Again, I encourage you to ask more about this in question and answer. So here's what we're asking. We respectfully request for a minimum of a 2-year rechartering. We are really proud of the growth we've made in a short amount of time, and it would be really amazing to continue that progress and growth, to continue to support Oakland students, to continue to grow in our neighborhood and our community. When I started, I asked you to consider 3 things. One is that we recognize we were in a place of crisis, but now we're to a place of consistency, and we want to build and grow on that progress. After our 1-year dip, which we acknowledge happened, we believe we've taken steps to make improvement and that we will continue to build upon that improvement. And ultimately, that we are a safe school community for our kids, our families, and for our teachers. Thank you all.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes for public comment. Whoops, I'm sorry. I understand there are 45 speakers.
No questions?
Oh, we'll do the public comment first.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we all get used to the procedures. It's okay. So I know there are 45 speakers. Not all 45 of you will get to speak, but you can email us as well. We're going to cut the time down to 1 minute each so that we can get 10 of you. Okay, so if there are students who want to speak first in the public comment, and Mr. Hollis, can you read off the names, please? The first 10.
Yes, Madam President. First 10 speakers are Sada Olakbala, Anke Logan James, Antonio Lugo, Navia Hurd, Noel Gallo, Alberto Salazar, Alan Mojica, Corey Robinson, Cindy Brisbane. Yeah, I didn't even get 10 yet. And Wendy Olsejo.
If your name was called, if you could line up, and then we can get as many of you in. Thanks. All right, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Anika Logan Jones. I have been attending Baytech since the 6th grade and am now in my senior year on track to graduate as my class valedictorian. Over 8 years, I've experienced the attentiveness and care of the close-knit Baytech community. I've always been able to get assistance from any of my teachers when I needed it. The supportive environment of both the staff and students has pushed me to become who I am today, a straight A honors student who is also a part-time athlete. Most importantly, my counselor, Mr. Ramirez, my principal, Ms. Pohl, and my teacher, Professor MC, have all been driving forces in supporting my application to colleges, a few of which being Harvard, St. Mary's College of California, and Dartmouth. Opportunities that have been made directly available by the college preparation and honor classes I've been given since middle school. Baytech has been instrumental in my development to the point where I've recommended this school to my cousin, who is currently enrolled in the 8th grade. This school is special because the staff are dedicated to their students and they ensure that we are comfortable, engaged, and successful. Because it is a middle and high school, you are surrounded by students that you have basically grown up with, further strengthening the sense of community. Baytech deserves to be a school, and it would be a great loss to the community if we're to be shut down. The staff here has directly influenced my decision to pursue a career in education and give back to my community, which I love. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Antonio Lugo, and I'm currently a senior, but I've been at Baytech since my sophomore year. I've only been at Baytech for about 2 years, though it feels like I've been there since the very beginning. My previous school was very large and lacked one-on-one education, and everybody was just another student at my old school. But here at Baytech, every student is not just a student. They all have their own stories and identities and contribute to our school in their own way, whether they know it or not. And due to the size of our school, teachers are better able to understand every student and how they learn and how they work with other students. When I arrived at Baytech, I didn't think very highly of myself, and I believe I was very mediocre at school. However, my teachers thought otherwise, and they put me in honors and AP. And I recently thought I wouldn't even attend college. And when I told my teachers this, they all supported, they all encouraged me to apply and provided me with all the support I needed. And as of right now, I've been accepted to quite a few colleges and received a substantial scholarship to attend Concordia University, Ireland. And if it was not for Baytech, I wouldn't be where I am right now. So I really hope you consider it for its charter renewal, because I wish everybody could attend Baytech and have the experience I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dear School Board, my name is Matias. I'm a 6th grader at Baytech. While at Baytech, my experience has been really awesome. And something that I really like about Baytech is its diversity and different types of sports. I really want to stay at Baytech to graduate from middle school and high school and get a good college education. I want to graduate from Baytech like my brother and sister. Please don't close the school, and thank you very much for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear school board, my name is Caleb and I am a sixth grader at Baytech. While being at Baytech, my experience has been good. Second things I like about Baytech are that I have a lot of friends and I like the sport teams. Now that I have started Baytech, I want to finish middle school and high school here, just like my big brother. Thank you for listening and have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear school board, my name is Carmelo Hurd. I am a sixth grader at Baytech. While at Baytech, I have had a great experience. Our campus is very diverse with many different people and different sports. Another thing that I like about Baytech is our beautiful campus. I want to spend all of my years in school at Baytech, just like my older brother and sister. My brother graduated a year early and my sister is now in 10th grade. I look up to her a lot. She is very honorable. I would be very sad if they shut down Baytech because it is my second home. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Angela Monroy. This is my first semester at Baytech. I am asking you to renew Baytech's charter. Last year, I attended Oakland Charter High School, a school that was shut down earlier this year. When my old school closed, I was concerned over what this would mean for my future. Oakland is notorious for being one of the most dangerous cities in the U.S., and the public schools, especially the ones around my house, are not good options. They don't have the same resources or attention as charter schools do for all of their students. Before attending Baytech, I had not had an actual science teacher that wasn't just a substitute teacher since 6th grade, and it was here at this school that I was able to rediscover my love for learning. Attending a new school is hard, not to mention a high school where everyone already has their own friend groups. You can imagine how I've already had to do that twice, and I really don't think I can do it a third time. It is incredibly stressful, and I feel that not enough people talk about or worry about how closing down schools affect the students attending them negatively. Please take this into consideration before making your decision.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, board. My name is Janai Taylor, and I've been at Baytech since the 6th grade. I am now in the 9th grade taking English and Math honors. I'm asking you to renew Baytech's charter. I think the school should stay open because when I first started here, I was very out of control and loud, and I struggled to control my temper. After being here for a couple years, the teachers and staff helped me learn to manage my anger, stay focused, and become a better student. They never gave up on me, and I've changed a lot since the 6th grade, and Baytech is a big reason why. Baytech is special to me because the teachers actually care about us. They check in, they give extra help when we need it, and they want us to succeed. The small class sizes let us build real relationships, and the school gives students opportunity like honor classes, tutoring, and support that many of us wouldn't get anywhere else. Baytech has helped me grow, not just academically, but as a person. I want students in the future to have the same chance that I did. Thank you for listening, and I hope you choose to keep Baytech open.
Next speaker.
Good evening, board. My name is Nevaeh Hurd, and I have been attending Baytech since the 6th grade. I'm asking you to renew Baytech charter. Baytech charter has done a lot for me throughout the years I have been here. When I first started attending Baytech, I was a rebellious child and very hard-headed. I wasn't the brightest student, but Baytech still accepted me into their community. They have shown me kindness and believed in me, shaping me into a better student over the years. I am now in the 10th grade in all honors classes with a bright future ahead of me. I have a little brother in 6th grade, and I wouldn't want him to go anywhere else. He was very nervous to make a big step into transitioning from from elementary school to a middle school and high school campus, and they welcomed him into our home with open arms.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening.
My name's Noel Gallo, member of the Oakland City Council, and I'm in full support of Bay Tech School. I've known them since the inception, being on the school board, and certainly have followed their progress, and I welcome them. They're right on the borderline of my district, and so I'm in full support and working with them on a regular basis. I will make summer jobs available to the student body at Bay Tech, as I do with other schools. And secondly, I will make sure that Bay Tech, your juniors, join me during the summer, because I'll give you a tour of Stanford University, and I'll take you to UC Berkeley for a tour, as I do with some of my other high school students. But I ask for your support for the renewal of the charter. It's a great school, and the children in my neighborhood that are looking for leadership, for that opportunity, for the future, Bay Tech certainly provides that, joining them on different class instructions and so forth. So I ask for your support, and I will get the Education Partnership Committee back in action like we should be, like we used to be. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Osajo. I have been at Bay Tech for 1 semester. I'm asking you to renew Bay Tech's charter. Bay Tech has welcomed me and my brother with open arms. Since that started, they've been talking about college readiness. I wouldn't want Bay Tech to shut down because my brother and I like this school. It would be difficult to find another good middle school for my brother to go if Bay Tech shuts down. Bay Tech is a well-organized school that prepares students for the real world. I wouldn't want to attend a third Oakland school in my high school year because I wouldn't trust Oakland schools if Bay Tech shuts down. I would really appreciate it if Bay Tech would stay. Thank you for listening.
This will be our last speaker.
Good morning, board. My name is Jonathan Reese. I am currently a sophomore at Bay Tech. I am asking that you renew Bay Tech charter. I started at Bay Tech a year ago. They have made me feel welcome since day one. In the year I have been at Bay Tech, I joined the soccer, flag football, and basketball team. 7 years ago, I was diagnosed with dyslexia, and it made my learning difficult. My teachers at Bay Tech took the time to work with me and helped me so that I am not frustrated learning and doing my work. I am now passing all my classes and join my classes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. Again, you can also email us with if you want to send your speeches to us. It's our first name dot last name at OUSD.org. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other? Are there any board comments? Director Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, President Brohard. I'm really impressed with the things that I've heard, and also in looking at the presentation. I'm really pleased that Bay Tech, that I visited many times, Bay Tech does serve all students. It opens its doors to all students who would like to attend. I'm especially proud to see that there's almost 20% of the students are special ed identified, and that's a very important thing because that allows us not to leave anybody out of the educative process, and I think that's extremely important. I want to say that even though you might have said that you slipped down to the low tier, and like I've told the superintendent, and I'm sure if you've seen me at the board meetings, I've always said that incremental progress is very important. Now, I'm speaking as a practitioner. I teach 6th grade presently, have been in education for almost 45 years.
So I kind of know, and have been a director and all that kind of stuff, so I kind of know what's happening here at Baytech. I appreciate the fact that Baytech took an active stance on trying to do something that's very, very hard to do, and that's actually increase the enrollment. And so they took a chance and decided, well, if students aren't coming here, let's go and meet them and see if we can assist what's going on. And so I'm really excited about the transportation program that Baytech instituted, because I hope this does not throw anyone off, but if we don't provide the kids an opportunity to actively engage in the process, they will find alternative things to do. And so thank you, Baytech, for actually going out there. Thank you for going out there and really extending yourself to them. And I heard two words used: ambitious goals. I am really proud that you have embraced going out there and using ambitious goals in order to meet the needs of our community. Thank you very much.
I want to remind my board colleagues that this is an initial hearing with questions. So if there are any other board questions for Baytech, Director Barry.
Before I ask my question, if I may, I just want to applaud you all. The first thing that I want to celebrate is just the electric energy among students. Like, it's obvious that your students are riding for Baytech real hard. And especially in times like these, I know that our school environments can be healing spaces for our kids, and so that's desperately needed. So thank you for holding it down in that way. If I'm channeling my colleagues, I think it will be important when you all come back, because I think it's very clear that gains and leaps are definitely possible, because you're doing that in a number of areas. And so to the extent that you can speak to why the pace of growth is slow in some areas for some students, why it might be declining, and own it the way you began to do in the presentation, I think that'll be really important. Number one, that signals to us that you see what we see. And number two, you give us the confidence that you're gonna make the gains. So it's not just saying we are committed, but really helping us understand exactly how you will do that, I think will be important.
And are there any other board questions? If not, the public hearing, the initial hearing for Baytech is now closed.
Thank you. Questions? No?
I'm sorry, we'll reopen that hearing, and we have a question from Director Simmons.
Thank you. We've prepared for this. Thanks for the question.
Really, one thing that stood out to me was the percentage of your school that's taken up of special education children. Is that purposeful? And I'm sure you guys take pride in that fact about your school. And I really just want to know the why. You know, a lot of schools don't pay a lot of attention to their special education children. A lot of schools give them resources that's already used up, and resources that aren't refurbished and that aren't new. So I want to know why you guys take these steps to ensure that these children who are usually dumped off to the side are taken care of, and why you guys actually prioritize them, and why you guys look at them in the limelight that you do. And that will really give me an insight to the way you guys govern your school and the way you guys and the principles that you guys have.
I thank you for that question, because it's quite personal to me. So I am dyslexic, I am dysgraphic, and in second grade, I remember her clearly to this day. She might have been this tall, but her mouth was this wide. She called me dumb. And I have 2 doctorates, 2 masters, and I'm finishing up another doctorate, which God willing will be done in another year. And for me, special education students don't mean anything except not all students learn. at the same time, at the same place, using the same materials. And why it works at Baytech is because of the assistive technology that we use, which allows personalized growth. So y'all may be in the same class at the same time in Eagle Period, and we know Dr. Thompson, so he's taking AP Calc, and I might be taking first grade math, and we are taking the same lesson, but we don't feel dumb. And he gets to grow to first year college, and I get to grow to second grade, and I get to move. Our school is about growth. It is not about, and we'll talk about this, Director Barry, when we come back. We did take our eye off the ball because for us it's always about growth. It is not about test scores, and it's about the final product. It's why we're green and notice, green, our special education students are part of the green for college and career readiness. Assistive technology is very important. It allows for individualization, and quite frankly, at our school, we are a school where people are both seen and heard and listened to. Hopefully we can come back another time and say we also learned a lot during COVID how to serve special ed students, because COVID in a way was actually good for us.
Thank you. Are there any other board questions? That does close the meeting then for the initial hearing for Baytech's charter renewal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the students who spoke. Next on the agenda is S2, which is our budget scenarios. And I believe Superintendent has a...
Make a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to make a move adoption of scenario 3.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. And do we have a presentation?
All right. Good evening, President Brohard, Vice President Batchelor, and directors. And directors. And good evening, audience. I know we have people who are exiting the room now, but we are going to continue with our discussions. I wanted to acknowledge that in October, board members, you directed staff to develop a comprehensive budget scenarios to address our $100 million structural deficit. And tonight, we will fulfill that commitment and present a framework to meet your objectives.
Baytech, if you could either join our meeting quietly or exit quietly. We have our budget discussion next, and we need to get moving along with that. We can't quite hear with the talking in the back. Thank you. That was the coach's move there. I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Oh. So I want to acknowledge that we were requested to bring this analysis before you this evening, And I want to emphasize something that I've said before during these discussions. I really would like it to be acknowledged that those of you who are unsure about my concern, about the challenges that we have ahead of us, I want you to know that we understand that this deeply impacts all of our families in our community. It deeply impacts our charter schools. It deeply impacts neighboring districts and even our Bay Area housing in terms of the challenges our families are facing today. So as we approach our deficit, I would like the community to keep in mind that my approach is an approach that I talk about all the time, and that is a cared-centered approach to restructuring and rethinking how we work as a community, how we live as a community, and how we care about each other. That means our staff, community, students, and beyond. So as we talk about changes in how we are going to be able to administrate and support our schools, I really want to make sure that we keep that in mind, that we are thoughtful about how we approach this and how we come out better in terms of how we are facilitating our educational programs. So tonight, I'm going to, with that request, I want to ask one of our staff persons, Mr. Christmas, to discuss scenario 3.
I'm ready to get started. I just want to know if you're going to be able to show on the screen table.
It was not given to us as a PowerPoint. Can you project the PDF? Yeah. Okay, go ahead and project the PDF.
Well, I can read the document. I think it would be better if folks can see it. Are we trying to get that to work, or how are we doing? Okay, we're working on it. All right. Let's do our best to see if we can go to like 11 of 43, see if we can get there. Let's just start there. And you can blow that up as large as you can, and I'll speak to it best I can. First, good evening, Superintendent Sadler, directors, staff, and community. I'm here to just sort of walk through both the scenario 3, which is covering both changes in 25-26, as well as changes in 26-27. I'm at an age now where reading it off the screen is not going to work for me, so I have a piece of paper here for myself. But first, in going through 25-26, we were, as the board is aware, we have a need to establish or maintain our 3% reserve, and the board requested us to take certain actions in order to shore that up. And so I'm going to walk through that as it relates to this year, 25-26. And so you'll see the top blue row is indicating that the approximate reductions or the savings we hope to attain at $27 million, and then the individualized actions, which I'll read off. The first was a hiring freeze, which the board passed a little while ago, and that is in process, and so that's targeted at $10 million in savings. We are looking at a 6-week freeze on all new contracts being initiated. It says in key emergency areas only, but the key factor here is approved by the superintendent in terms of if anything comes up that needs to happen, that needs to be beyond the freeze, the superintendent will make sure that that is reviewed at her level. The next is a 6-week freeze on expenditures in categories 4,000 and 5,000s. For those who are not familiar with those budget categories, 4,000 is broadly termed books and supplies. So that's books, but that's also equipment and materials. And then 5,000 are all contracted services where the district has a contract of some, so it's not just contractors, it's contracted services, which can include everything from PG&E to licensing. And then the next would be reduced site and central budgets, with the central budget reduction being twice that of the school site reduction. That's in this year, so we will need to be looking through unspent or unencumbered amounts that have not already been committed, to find those reductions, and that's listed at $7 million. The two prior that I mentioned in terms of the freezes don't have a target dollar amount as of now, so we're still in the process of that. The next item is Superintendent Special Task Force on Attendance to increase attendance rate for this year by 2%. So that already is looking like it's yielding 1.8% increase. And so there would need to be an additional 0.2% increase over what we're already seeing. But these numbers are calculated later in the year to understand what the full impact is of an attendance increase. And so that is calculated at $10 million. And then if you would, I'm seeing something on my page that's missing here. Oh no, it's there, it's just in a different location. So the next one is to superintendent to convene a team of top school finance experts to review our budget and provide additional recommendations such that there might be additional things either for this year or for next year in the future. So ideally, we want to make sure that we use all of our funds as efficiently and keep whatever reductions away from students. And so if we can get folks in here who can help us with that, that would be helpful. There's no amount tied to it because we haven't engaged those folks, and wanted to note specifically that that would be funded by AB 1840 money, which is money we received multiple years ago that was expressly designed to help us get our financial house in order. And so that's what would fund that. And so turning to 26-27, which would be the budget that we need to produce for next year, and that's the year in which we're projected to need $100 million additional reductions in spending in order to live within our means. So for 26-27, you'll see the top line says 102 million, 102.4 million, and I'll go through each of those lines. The first is the central office reductions that you were shown on November 19th, and there were two scenarios, scenario 1 and 2, but the $21 million number you see here is the scenario 1 number. That was the larger number. So that's there. The next item is school site budget reductions, which would be between 7.5% and 10% in those budgets, in collaboration with the schools themselves and their school site councils and site leaders. That's listed at $32 million. The next is additional central department reductions that weren't included in that scenario 1 of 21 million. And that additional would be 15 to 20% reduction of the total budgets centrally. In addition to that, the next item would be reducing school site access to unutilized spaces. So as some may know, as our schools have gotten less students or less enrollment, they've been able to expand into other spaces in that school, and which is wonderful, except it has a cost associated with it. And so in this scenario, we would be reducing the spaces that are utilized in schools to comply with the number of students, or to be related to the number of students that are actually enrolled there. The next item, after budget development, do a second tier review of contracts. And so this is just in our continual effort to make sure that we're not spending money in contracts that we don't need to spend. And so that would be an additional review of that after budget development. We already have work ongoing in that area. The next is reduction triggered by decreased expenditures in RRMA. And that is at $1 million, so let me break that down a little bit. So RRMA is routine repair and maintenance account, and it is required that we set aside 3% of our spending for routine repair and maintenance. But if our spending goes down, then the 3% requirement goes down. And so that's where that $1 million is coming from. The next item increase attendance, which is just the follow-through from the increasing attendance this year, the follow-through revenue that we would expect to receive next year from that work. TK Hub launch, 2 to 3 hubs is the next item. As some may know, there is a significant growth in the desire to have a transitional kindergarten, and we have spaces that we're looking at to use that are not fully utilized for other purposes that could be hubs for transitional kindergarten, and those transitional kindergartens bring in additional resources, revenue, to serve those students. And so that's at $1.5 million. Centralized procurement and copiers, we're already engaged in an ongoing effort to centralize some both decision-making, but specifically around contracting, so that we make sure that we have the best rates that we're paying for everything, and we don't have schools negotiating rates with vendors on their own. And so that's ongoing. The amount expected is to be determined there, as well as the next item, fleet management system, to manage better how we take care of our fleet of vehicles. I know if you drive around Oakland as I do, you see Oakland school vehicles around, and so we need to maintain those as efficiently as possible. Shift attendance specialists and noon supervisors to supplemental. So our challenge primarily is in our base unrestricted general fund, and so to the extent that we can take things that are currently paid for in the base unrestricted general fund and pay for them with other resources, it reduces the strain on that base unrestricted general fund, which is where our $100 million problem primarily is. And so this particular item is to shift costs of attendance specialists and noon supervisors to supplemental and concentration, which would alleviate that pressure in the amount of $3.8 million. That's what's estimated here. Shift costs, the next item, shift costs of 2 to 3 small schools into supplemental and concentration. So again, we've had a strategy, we've had a strategy of having small schools, and one of the things that we are looking at is whether or how we can target the resources to have a small school to a number of schools and pay for that because it's differentially small in order to provide a particular environment for particular students, and whether we can use that to fund those 2 to 3 schools with supplemental and concentration funding. And that's listed at $8.5 million, which would not make the cost go away. It would shift the cost to a different resource, still unrestricted, but not the base. And then the next item is a 10% reduction in the contribution to special education. It goes without saying that that must comply with the law. So I heard some discussion earlier about maintenance of effort, and so whatever that $10 million or $12 million reduction in contribution would need to be consistent with our legal obligations, as well as our obligations in individual education plans. And then the next item is a feasibility study for providing non-public school services in OUSD properties. And this is about a desire to reduce the amount of contracting out of these services and to provide them in-house in some way, whether that's our facilities, whether that's our staff. It's looking to reduce the cost that we're spending outside of the district for that service. And so those are the list of things that add up to $102.4 million. And I'll turn it back over to the superintendent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christmas, for your presentation and assistance. I wanted to, at this point, ask if there are any questions. I do want to absolutely underscore and clarify, specifically in the area of the recommendation about special education. There's clearly was an understanding about maintenance of effort, that the amount of monies that are spent annually have to be parallel. And so we're looking at other places that are impacted by special ed in terms of monies that we can recover in other ways. So all of these specific ideas in this scenario, this isn't the plan, it is a scenario, is about really fleshing out how we can accomplish this goal, thinking about what we can do now, what kinds of things we can put in place. For instance, the attendance plan, is something that I feel really strongly that needs to start now, a really, really aggressive campaign to get kids into school more days. And most of all, it's not just about the reclamation of funds for future funding, but also the fact that the more they're in school, as we heard in a presentation just prior to this, how critical that is in terms of the outcomes for students, but there also the benefit is the reimbursement that we get for their attendance. So the priority is to get kids in school to maximize learning, but also with that comes funding. So I just wanted to clarify those two areas.
We have public comment after
President Brohart, I'd like to introduce an amendment.
There's an amendment on the floor already. Let me double check
No,
with the Parliament.
there's a motion on the floor, and I would like to introduce an amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
I would like to second that amendment.
Excuse me, if we could please load from the agenda the amendment that was introduced. And so the amendment that I would like to introduce is, it is not nearly enough to just have scenarios now, especially at this point. And I personally think there is not enough information in these scenarios to even guide our work. So I am trying to introduce an amendment that calls for, in the first clause, with the approval of scenario 1 and 3, that the superintendent is directed
I'm
to...
sorry, Director Hutchinson, one moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't check the screen.
Okay, I have it up.
Great, thank you. As it says here, the first clause is, there now be it resolved, with the approval of scenario 1 and 3, that the superintendent is directed to develop and present...
Director Hutchinson, it's not quite up yet. Do you want to wait a second?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now therefore be it resolved, with the approval of scenario 1 and scenario 3, that the superintendent is directed to develop and present for board approval 2 detailed implementable plans to address the budgetary shortfalls in 25-26 and 26-27 respectively. The plans must include specific cuts to FTEs, programs, and services, and to the extent possible, should not contain strategies using one-time resources, restricted dollars, nor rely on possible increases in revenue. Then the amendment goes on to say that the first plan needs to be brought for board approval at our next board meeting, which is January 14th. And that plan must contain a list of items for us to possibly cut in this year's budget to achieve the $27 million in savings that are listed in the scenarios. The next clause says that the superintendent must bring forward the same detailed comprehensive plan then on January 28th for how we are going to address the $103 million projected shortfall in next year's budget. And then the third clause says that if we make cuts in this school year, we can reduce the amount needed for cuts next year to a corresponding amount. It was really important to me to get this amendment out here because we're still talking about scenarios. And as Superintendent Sadler just said, this is not a plan. We're in crisis and it's getting worse every day. The board needs to take immediate action. And the board can take immediate action based on these scenarios and looking further at other strategies, have the superintendent come back and present a plan on January 14th. Even if this board does not accept my amendment, I would expect the superintendent to come back with an implementable plan in January. We can't wait any longer for a solution. We can't wait any longer for a solution. And if we don't direct this now, we won't have another board meeting till January 14th, which means the work will still not get done. It is urgent, and I'm going to save the rest of my comments for later, but hopefully the board will adopt this amendment, and so after tonight's meeting and after a vote, we will then be on our way to having a plan presented at the soonest available time. If we do not vote for this now tonight, there will be no action taken tonight other than saying people like the way a scenario looks. This is an emergency, and hopefully my colleagues on the board will approve this amendment. Thank you.
So I, as the mover of the original motion, this is not a friendly amendment as is. I do have an amendment to your amendment. If
Well, hold on. You can make an additional proposal to amend his amendment if you decide to do so. We're peeling an onion here, or in this respect. So if Director Lauder wants to state what her amendment is to Director Hutchinson's proposed amendment, she may so state. And like anything else, it requires support to move forward.
Yeah, I have an amendment. However, if it is not acceptable to your amendment, Director Hutchinson, we can just vote up or down yours. I know Director Thompson will second it. So so Director Thompson, if you want to pull it up, I think General Counsel has it. Essentially, my amendments to your amendment, because I do think as much as possible, if we can all vote, if we could vote 7-0 on scenario 3, I think it is worth attempting to do that. And however, there's things, I think as you know, Director Hutchinson, in the current year in terms of laying off staff mid-year that's not legal. And I've previously stated that I don't support in-year reductions to newcomers, English language learners, literacy, and special education. So I've and made an amendment to strike item under this current year, item 1, item 5, and item 6. Denise, yeah, I'm just explaining so you can see the. Oh no, it's not on the table because.
So Director Latta, I would like to put the original amendment back on the screen so that you can share what changes you'd like to make.
Okay. Director Hutchinson, are you open to amending your amendment? If not, we can just move on and vote yours up or down.
So my amendment was vetted by both the Chief Business Officer, the General Counsel, and is listed on the agenda. This is offensive to show up here tonight. I didn't hear a word from anyone, and you think you're going to cross things off. You obviously don't understand what the language in my amendment actually says. The list of items that I have in my amendment are not prescriptive. It doesn't say those things have to be done. It says things are created as an option. And for you to say that we can't make mid-year cuts because it's illegal just isn't true.
Madam President.
And so this is
Yes.
highly irregular. No, I'm not willing to accept.
That's fine. I will withdraw my amendment and we can vote on your amendment up or down. I'd like to call the question.
There needs to be comment, and then we need to have
Excuse me, we need to have
comment.
public comment, and we'll do that. We have 18 speakers. I'm going to give everybody 1 minute. I really hope that you stay within that 1 minute.
Can I have a point of clarification? Are people speaking to this amendment to the scenario or to
seeking
the
to
scenario?
both.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hollis, if you could call off the speakers, please.
Respectfully, President Brohart, this is the main item we need to discuss. To now tell the community who's shown up and the 18 speakers that they only get 1 minute to address how we're going to make over $100 million in cuts is again part of the problem. So I would respectfully request at least 2 minutes, if not the allowable 3 minutes for each board comment.
If we can have our side comments stopped on the dais, then we can have more speakers. So we can have 18 speakers, and we'll go at a minute each right now.
Madam President, there are currently 21 speakers as of now. And you want me to read the first 5, 10?
We will take all 21 speakers. We'll cut from other things that we need to have done tonight. But if you could line up as you hear your name so that we can move that process along and hopefully get, we want to get everybody to have a chance to speak. So if you hear your name called, if you would line up on that line right there that leads up to the dais, that would be great. Thank you.
That was call all names. So all names to be called: Jonathan Mates Mutchin, Carol Delton, Sheila Haynes, Oliver Brennan, Jack Nelson, Ashanti Branch, I believe the last name is Carter. I think it's S-A-I-T-E for the first name. Zach Norris, Catherine Camp, Matt Glaser, Asada Olakbala, Stefisha Ikwe Walton, Bidorin Kukuchevich, Zachary Norris, I believe I called that name already, and Vivica Ikwe Walton. Najori Trang, Amia Brizende, last name Harris, first name starts with an M, Ben Tapscott, Gabrielle Khan, Carrie Kaufman.
Mr. Hollis, are any of those speakers, I know Ms. Haynes is online. Can we take the online speaker first?
Currently, Sheila Haynes does not have her hand raised. I don't know where they are on the Zoom list. Yes, I see it now. Wait, that just went away. There it is. Sheila Haynes. Yes. Sheila Haynes, you're unmuted to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to urge the board to adopt Director Hutchinson's amendment, because you guys have really wasted a whole lot of time going back and forth. And the more time that's wasted, the more trauma that our students might go through. And I urge you to just do all you can to avoid state receivership. My son is already a constant reminder of trauma that's caused when schools are closed and programs are cut. And I know you have to cut, but I just ask you to come to an agreement tonight that you will make these changes to best serve our students in the future. Because if the state takes over, then it's going to cause even more problems for our students in the future. So I just ask you guys to work together and come up with a solution tonight. And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next online speaker, please.
Yes, one moment to unmute. Allow them to speak. Stefisha Ikwe Walton.
Thank you, and good evening, board. My name is Stephisha Ecoy Walton. I come to you with a comment on behalf of Dr. Deela Morris, who is the education chair for the NAACP Oakland branch. Her comment reads as follows. Members of the board, I am unable to be physically present at tonight's meeting due to my work schedule, so I asked Stephisha, a dedicated member of the branch's education committee, to deliver this message on my behalf. Today, this message comes from a place of deep disappointment. The continued delays in producing a real student-centered remediation plan to address the district's massive budget deficits are unacceptable. Children cannot learn in unstable environments. Families will not and cannot feel safe when school safety concerns remain unresolved. Students should never feel they must stage a walkout to address concerns about their school safety. You have failed, and I am tired of seeing you play like you care at the cost of our youth. This moment and the moments leading up and beyond this place demand courage, not your personal alliances or politics. Therefore, I am publicly calling for the recall of several board seats and an intentional appointment of a permanent superintendent, one who will confront the real issues head on, make difficult decisions, and refuse to govern based on pressure from their friends, unions, or for the pursuit of political comfort. The board has had ample time to develop and present a viable solution, yet it has requested 3 scenarios and ended up with 4. Had you truly looked past personalities that did not align with your personal agendas and relied on the expertise of past and current leadership, financial professionals,
Thank you. Your time is up.
revered stakeholders, you would have seen a final decision presented to the community and to the Alameda School Board of Education. Instead, what we have witnessed and could expect more of is delay, deflection, and dysfunction while students continue to pay the price. Oakland deserves bold leadership, fiscal accountability, and safe, fully resourced schools now, not later. In closing, it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the children. Oscar Wright. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Now, there are no more online speakers?
No, Madam President, at this time. No.
All right, thank you. 1 minute each.
Good evening, Board. Jonathan Mates-Mushin. I don't actually really have that much more to say than what the last 2 speakers said. I have a slightly different tact that I think that we need to get along as a community, and that the decorum that we see from the dais is also reflected in the decorum that we see in, our community out here and around Oakland. And I think if we can, if you all can stand up and work together, we're all here to work for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Ashanti Branch from Oakland, born and raised, educated, and pay taxes now here. I want to be clear about one thing. Sometimes it's hard to know how to stand here in front of this podium because I have to read the rules about how not to get too upset, not to get too angry, not to get too loud, because I know what I look like and I know where I stand, and I'm clear that I have a lot to say. I'm really disappointed in this board. I think we need to adopt the proposal. We need a moving forward commitment to do something. I think the scenarios that we're talking about, the fact that we have students here telling you that you didn't show up for them, and you all do the dog and pony toe show of, oh, I'm so sorry, I should have done. They know you're lying. They read through the lies, and they're tired. And so many of our young people are walking to schools wearing armament, carrying arms. Why? Because they don't feel safe. Now, your budget doesn't directly affect safety, but it all affects safety. If we don't do better now, you are going to create a war zone in Oakland again. It is no option without doing the work. And I don't know how hard you work outside of this meeting here, but I have now been awakened. I came last week to prepare to speak. I was sitting up in there wondering where I was supposed to be. The meeting was canceled at the last minute. Disappointing, frustrating, disappointing, frustrating. I live in Oakland, I love Oakland, and sometimes Oakland makes it really hard to love. But I'll keep loving it, and I'm gonna say this now. I tried to stay out of politics because it's a little nasty, it's a little bit shady, it's a lot of back talk and all this, but I am clear today more than ever that Ashanti Branch is now awake. He is now purposely coming to show up and I will be clear that I will not be quiet from this point forward. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Matt Glazer. You heard from me earlier. PSAC lead delegate and also parent of 2 kids at Peralta Elementary. Earlier, Director Hutchinson mentioned that he'd like to see a lot more people in this room, and I agree with him. I think that I'm newly on a bunch of different committees, and so I speak with a lot of parents now, and we at every possible turn, I try to encourage people to come to these meetings. And I hear almost universally that this is a place for grandstanding, for politics, for bickering, and it is not a place of decorum at all. And so if you guys would like to see more of a turnout here, I really, really suggest that you all shake hands, learn how to work together, and we will hold you accountable to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and staff. I agree with the previous speakers. It's time to start working together. And I also think it's time to stop denying we have a crisis. I mean, I've heard it from the dais. I've heard it from various parts of the community. It's not helpful. We have a crisis. It's also not helpful to be continuously looking for alternatives to what staff are providing as solutions. I think it's okay to disagree with them. It's okay to vote them down, but please let the staff come with the proposals, the plan. And I agree with tonight, you should pass the resolution and you should pass the amendment as written by Director Hutchinson. Nothing is prescriptive. I watched back at last December 19th meeting where you did the first interim last year, and last year you were presenting the 28 options from CBO about adjustment for this year. And you know, at that moment, both the CBO and the superintendent at that time said, these adjustments alone will not put us on a path to solvency. And you know, the new superintendent has said the same thing and said, whatever plan you come up with now, you have to also enter restructuring. And I agree with that. We're going to be back in the same situation next year if all we do is cut now. We have to work for 6 months, as Dr. Sadler says, on restructuring plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My number one concern tonight is that you pass a plan that does not require a loan. Second, I appreciate Director Hutchinson's specificity as to the dates. However, there were specific dates given to staff that were not followed through on, and partly that is why Superintendent Sadler came up with what she did, and perhaps it doesn't have all the language, but it is a plan. Last week, I saw the agenda for the 3rd. There was no plan from staff. I attended the Teaching and Learning Committee on the 4th that staff had encouraged be reset so the committee could weigh in tonight. There was no plan. I hope that staff begins to work together, begins to come up with a plan. And while I wish that Director Hutchinson's amendment were worded a little bit differently and didn't specifically address some vulnerable students, I ask the board that if you can't incorporate his full amendment, that you incorporate the dates for work to come back in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Okay. My name's Catherine Camp, and I'm a proud parent of a first grader at Glenview Elementary. I'm here tonight because my family, like so many others, is exhausted of the annual ritual of budget crisis and the fear it creates at our schools. We also find the public displays of divisiveness between board members incredibly unproductive and immature. The board already gave clear direction on November 19th to identify reductions in central office spending and outside contracts. Instead, staff came back with a presentation attacking the idea of a student-centered budget that was circulated to Oakland families the week of December 3rd and did not incorporate those reductions. That is not just frustrating, it undermines trust in democratic governance. When staff openly disregard board direction, it's our students who pay the price. Scenarios 3 and 4 were only released a few days ago and are both detrimental to school sites. I'm asking you to keep cuts away from school sites and student-facing staff. I urge you to reject any proposal that balances the finances on the backs of school sites. Insist that staff follow your previous directive to cut central office and contractor spending first, and for you to work together to hold the district accountable in honor of your obligations as elected officials to support schools and students. Our children deserve a district that stewards public dollars with transparency and keeps its promises. Please choose the path that protects classrooms and honors your own directives.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Malcolm Harris, the Black Organizing Project, BOP. It's crucial the George Floyd resolution is defended, invested in, and protected. We come together as Black community, members, parents, and caregivers, and allies to envision a future where we are police-free and free from harm. Last night, we showed up in numbers at the OUSD building with OUSD parents, their children. It was cold, and we were forced to stand outside and not be allowed into the building and until we continuously shamed Executive Director of Safety Nelson Alagria, who was right there in the corner. And so we want to again mention shame. We will continue to voice them and our demands until we see them actualized. We demand that OUSD fund community-led violence prevention. We demand an end to racial disparities in school discipline. We demand that OUSD fully implements the George Floyd District Safety Plan. We demand a living wage for OUSD staff and retention of Black staff. We demand proper training for culture and climate ambassadors. These are just 5 of the 10 demands that our community members and partners will continue to push for. The district must do the work of creating approaches to safety that uphold students' rights to physical safety, mental safety that does not rely on direct or indirect policing. We demand a meeting with Superintendent Sadler and Curtis Siricki. We need to fund the George Floyd resolution now, not today, now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, hi, my name is Amia. I'm an alumna of Skyline High School and a proud East Oakland native, right? But today I stand with BOP as a school side organizer. BOP has officially released our GFR district report that now you, Sadler, and Nelson both have, so feel free to read that. As we continue to push for Black sanctuary and not push out, as we all know, the secondary reason why OUSD called the police was for student mental health crisis. Shame. The rising costs of living in Oakland are resulting in real stories of culture keepers having to live in their cars. Shame. Black students are only 20% of OUSD population, yet we make up half of all suspensions and expulsions. I know this all too well. Shame. What we all know is that all students with disabilities expelled from this district were students of color. Shame. I know you heard the first 5 demands, and now you're going to hear the rest. We demand non-police responses to mental health crisis. We demand that Black students, families, and workers can live and thrive in Oakland. We demand OUSD implement district-wide anti-racism and restorative practice training. We demand the transformation of schools into systems of care instead of criminalization. We demand OUSD provide accurate, transparent data, not all this number data. It's the district's responsibility to keep students safe both mentally and physically. We, BOP, demand a meeting with Superintendent Sadler and Curtis Siricki. We need to fund the GFR now. Thank you.
All right, hi y'all, my name is Najee. I'm the youth organizer of the Black Organizing Project.
OUSD and Skyline's leadership's response to the shooting that occurred at Skyline is concerning. Students and teachers continue to express the need for more resources, but instead, the presentation at the Skyline Community Town Hall showed no real solutions. Shootings at schools run deep. They affect the community greatly. And we also know these incidences have been used historically as justifications for the increase in criminalization and targeting of Black students. A survey that was shared with students and parents asked them if they wanted clear backpacks and metal detectors in our schools. Shame. We don't need fences. We don't need searches that instill fear in the students on our daily. We don't need more punishment. As directed in the George Floyd resolution, OUSD has an obligation to adequately fund resources that are alternatives to policing or punitive measures. Out of a BOP-led GFR district report, the GFR People's Budget was born, a $57 million transformative budget that directs OUSD to allocate funds to essential positions and resources that are integral to transforming school, culture, and climate. We are hearing an express need for more RJ circles and facilitators from students, teachers. We need more mental health counselors, more training, and living wages for culture keepers, more funding for the violence prevention program that the district plans to cut. Imagine what a difference it would make if we had these resources that were fully funded and in place. We demand a meeting with Superintendent Sadler and Siricki. Fund the GFR now, not tomorrow, now.
Thank you. We'll now take board comments and questions. Oh, sorry.
Good evening, board. My name is Gabriel Kahn. I'm an 8th grade teacher at Life Academy. I'm not jealous of your job. I look up there and I see a job I really don't want, and there aren't many jobs that I look at on a Wednesday in the middle of the week and think, man, I'd rather have my job than that. That one looks a little harder than the one I got. I see a lot of collaboration between a lot of you. It's not hard to see where the discourse is failing among the board members, and I encourage y'all to figure out a way to talk to each other. Now, this has one big problem on this amendment, which is we apparently found $11 million in new ways to cut from Central, but none of these ways we can cut this year. We got to go straight to schools. We got to cut assistant principals, eliminate co-principals, and eliminate additional supports for small schools and newcomers in ELL like this year in the middle of the year, but we can't find ways to make those additional cuts to Central. This tells me that this was made haphazardly, without a thought for what actual kids need for their stability in the middle of the year. So I'm all for the date. January sounds great for a plan. I would love a plan coming back from winter break, but we cannot have mid-year crisis and stability because y'all have to cut from school sites because you're too afraid to cut from Central. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm going to take 2 minutes because you guys, I waited 5 hours one night. You guys didn't do it. And I'm an educator. I'm not a coach, okay?
I apologize for that.
That was disrespectful, very disrespectful, all right? And my dad was the greatest damn educator that this district ever had in the Department of Physical Education. Everybody that's over 60 knows it, all right? I'm going to try to calm down now. It's too bad Director Smith and Director Simmons is here. Your two schools, you guys, I'll put you guys up against any Bay Tech kids anytime. You guys are outstanding. All right. I am here today because I act. I'm like President Teddy Roosevelt. I act. There's an inequity that's occurred. One of the things my dad overlooked and everybody else since is about Ben Tapscott. Mr. Tapscott, would you come forward, please? I'm taking my 2 minutes. In 1972, we're going to go back there for a minute. Coach Tapscott, we had a good preseason. Skyline, our basketball team. We got to the first game. We ran into the buzzsaw that is Ben Tapscott. We lost 87-80. It was a great game. But there was more to it than that. It was his demeanor, how he held himself. And as my father said before he died, we had a lot of good talks. He said, coaches like Tapscott, Alamano, Shigematsu, Bob Jerome from Fremont, they're all great. And he said it made my job easier. Well, again, he forgot this one thing. I need a little help with one person Thank you. Fellow Titan will help me. Coach, you asked about this, and here it is. Here is the McClymonds championship, state championship banner for you to put, that's going to be put up in your gym at a game in January. Thank you. And I'll show it to you. So if you'll stand with me now and give this man I love this guy. He's an educator. Go ahead, Coach.
What they don't know or remember, it was the first state basketball tournament, North playing the South. The boys won, but they do not talk about our Fremont girls also won. We had 2 state championships in Oakland. We played Crenshaw, and they were ranked number 4 in the United States. And that team, not me, that team, has yet to be recognized by Oakland, California. There's no banner up there. And when I talk about it, it's not about me. It's about those kids that worked and played hard to beat the number 5 team, Crenshaw, in the United States. The city gave us a parade. I said, we got to have the girls here too. And I called the coach up, 2 black coaches, Fremont and McClymonds. Thank you so much.
And the greatness that is Coach Tapscott. I wanted to also say that other schools, like white schools like Amador and Foothill, sent their assistant coaches to model their practices after him because their guys were in such tremendous shape, as I found out myself. Anyway, thank you.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to read my daughter's statement. Hello, my name is Lena Norris Rahman. I'm an 8th grader at Edna Brewer Middle School. I'm looking to speak on the importance of restorative justice in schools, which just goes to show how pertinent it is to me. When I joined my school's RJ program last year, I wasn't expecting much except maybe to do a few circles or help around the school where I could, but RJ was so much more than that. And I believe with the right budget, RJ like that, like how Edna Brewer has beautifully done it, could be implemented in every single school in OUSD. Our school is a much better place thanks to RJ. It's the only place in school where students truly have a voice and are listened to and yet properly held accountable. You may not know much about RJ and what it's doing, so it's understandable to think it's unnecessary or doesn't need funding, but I want you to take this opportunity as not just leaders, but people who could change the very course of the future. That's what our children are, the future. Take this opportunity to educate yourself on what RJ can do for a school on behalf of your community. So that was my daughter's statement. If you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to speak for a minute myself. I'm Zach Norris. I'm the Deputy Director of the Black Organizing Project. It's been a long time since I've been here in front of the school board. The last time, one of the last times I actually got arrested here and was sent to, by the school police department, and was sent to what used to be called middle school and got turned into a police substation. And then yesterday, we all did an action at a $55 million building, which is now the headquarters of the district, as I understand it. And what is crazy to me is that y'all can't figure out that there's a huge disconnect between what the community wants and what y'all are willing to do. And the community has been very clear that you need to cut from the top, that you need to cut central office, that you need to stop outside contracts, and then you need to fund a student and safety-centered budget. It is unconscionable that, you know, Ms. Asada has been here year after year after year telling y'all about McClymonds and the environmental hazards and all of the things that are happening, but you can figure out how to build a brand new building in the middle of West Oakland that has gates all around it. It sends and video surveillance all around it. It sends the exact opposite message of what you should be sending. And it shows that your priorities are way off. You need to actually look at yourselves and not fund a bureaucracy and a central office centered budget, but a student and safety centered budget. That's how you up enrollment. That's how you actually get people excited to be here, because every single person has said, y'all are not acting right. And it's just like, get it together, work together, focus on the community, focus on students, focus on safety, and do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have one more speaker online. And this will be our last. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sala.
I think it's time to stop pointing the finger at you. The community is not doing enough. We are not here on a regular and consistent basis to hold you accountable. Watch the room tonight. It's going to clear out little by little. It was packed. People come for specific things. But what about reading the agenda and looking at the items on the agenda and addressing them? It's a lot of stuff on that agenda that needs to be addressed. I want to see how many people read the agenda tonight, okay, and are going to address it. We are not doing it. We got a union that shows up every now and then. BOP, I was going to their meetings. They stopped having meetings. Now they back. Consistency of the community involvement to hold you accountable for what you are doing is where we are falling short. And it can't, McClymonds, they're not here either. They need to be here. I never went to McClymonds. I'm not even from Oakland. Okay? So stop acting like it's just them. It's us too that needs to have better participation in the education of our young people.
Thank you.
I went through my tons of stuff and I found this, and I'll let you get it. There are 40 things that needed to be done at McClymonds High School when we had Tim White. And Tim came back from Berkeley and said, Coach, we're going to fix Mac. We were number one on the list. Tim died. 40 things. Guess what number one was? And I'll give you the date, 2018. The first thing we wrote down here is remodel McClymonds High School. I keep telling you, Preston Thomas needs to be fired. He needs to be fired because he is incompetent and not organized. I want to show you what discrimination looks like. That's the hall that's been blocked off since school started. This was supposed to have been remodeled 2 years ago. Then it was supposed to have been remodeled after school started this year. This has been there since school started. Every high school in Oakland has been remodeled except one. And it's the same neighborhood where you closed 18 different schools at different times in one part of the city. You want to see what discrimination looks like? Look at that. Fremont High School. Look at that. What you're doing to those black kids, I don't have the words. And if you can't work together, you shouldn't be up there. Every high school has been remodeled except one. And I asked for it in 2018. Now, as far as your budget's concerned, we don't need 8 executive directors making a 6-figure income cut his way from the kids. We don't need 3 associate superintendents. For what? We have land that we could sell if you want. I haven't heard anybody say, hey, you know what? We got 2nd Avenue. Our coach talked about the buildings. And every time Mike brings something up, somebody up there don't like it. There's no I in team. And you're not working together. So if you can't work together, we need to recall you. Van Cedric goes over and let him take a burler. 17 classes, no warm water. 10 teachers' classes. 5 custodial classes. And I've been asking for this for years. And you sit up there and know, and he's not responsible. You're responsible. And it's a disgrace when you look at how there are 40 things on here that needed to be done. And it's added.
Thank you, Coach. Your time is up.
You got to start working together. There's no I in team.
I know we have one last speaker online.
Yes, Vivica Ecoy Walton. I'll allow them to speak.
Thank you, board, for your time, for allowing us all to speak. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, I'm here because I was really concerned about the information I heard over the news with us cutting staff in our special education department. With all that's been happening in the world, it's really been difficult for our low-income communities, and I think the last thing we should do is make drastic changes like cutting or firing people, furloughing, or redistributing teachers throughout, or just laying off teachers. That's not the problem. The teachers on the ground they're the front line, and they're the first to reach our kids and talk to our kids and make sure if anything happened to them that they're there. School psychiatrist if they're not able to see a psychiatrist. So my goal is just to advocate for all the staff and students and teachers that's on the ground that's really doing the work, because without them, our students end up on the street. They end up dead. They end up in jail. And as a youth advocate on the board for the East Bay Children Law Office, that's the last thing I want to see. If I have to get out every weekend and fundraise to wash cars to find $100 million to not allow us to keep closing schools in Oakland and losing them to other districts, that's what I'll do. Anything that I can do to just be a helpmate or a person to give solution, that's what I'm here to do. Being from Oakland, being a student that went to Longfellow Elementary School that used to be on 40th and Market, a student that went to Peralta Elementary School that's in the North Oakland area, a student that went to Claremont Middle School that had great, wonderful teachers, and also a student that went to Oakland Tech. I want to be able to keep seeing our school thrive and not change its courses, because it really helps. I think Oakland is on a trajectory of change, especially with our new leadership and mayor. She's doing an excellent job in bringing money into the city. I think we can do some more with bringing some money for our schools so we don't have to cut any people on the ground. I really just want to make sure that we being mindful that the people on the ground, they do the work. without them, our kids don't want to go to school. It's sometimes those people on the ground that is why our kids go to school. Making more programs or making it more fun for our kids to come to school should be a start where we start putting money at in order for our kids to have an interest in being there. It's just not culturally relevant at the time because there's so much data getting pushed down our admin throat to get down to the test scores. But if we make it fun for the kids, they will love to come to school. That's all I had as educators, is people making sure that I'm being seen and heard. And I want to keep showing up here to make sure that I'm making my voice heard, the kids' voice heard, black, brown, orange, red, purple. It doesn't matter the color, but I want to make sure that we are not throwing away our kids' future just for something to appease people at the moment. It's really important that we put our kids' future first, because without our kids, who's going to be able to take care of us when we are at age? Again, I really would love this board to just consider not making any drastic decision with cutting any of our staff on the ground, especially any of our special education programs, because they really help. I've been able to work at a lot of different places in Oakland where I've seen that it's thriving. Again, I've seen it's some.
I'm sorry, sir. We have and then one other speaker, and we have to vote on this item. There's another speaker online. So thank you so much for your contribution.
Next speaker is Vivica Equay Walton online. I will ask them to unmute.
And just a reminder that there's a 1-minute speaking limit.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Vivica Equay Walton, and I'm a community organizer and civic engagement lead with Families in Action. I'm also part of the NAACP Education Committee, and I'm a parent in Oakland. I'm speaking tonight, the same problem and scenarios that we've been seeing put in front of us, and this budget deficit is still growing. Families are losing confidence, and we can't afford vague updates or delayed decisions. We need a clear, detailed plan that shows exactly what cuts are going to be proposed to stabilize the district. We deserve honesty about what's on the table, not generalized statements or scenarios or last-minute surprises. We need things that have been vetted, which is right in front of you. So we need to make sure we're moving in the process of keeping the school district out of receivership. And if the board is going to pursue consolidations, as it should, if we do want to financially be stable as a well-resourced district with schools that are well-resourced, then that process must be fair, fully explained and shaped with parents not behind closed doors. Families must see the criteria, the data, and the long-term plan, not just the final decisions. And we can't back out of these decisions now. And let me be very blunt and clear. When elected leaders ignore the community voices on issues that are critical, like at Skyline, like the fact that we have only 3 out of 10 Black and brown students in OUSD that can read at grade level, that's when recalls become a possibility, and we know that re-elections are on the horizon.
Thank you.
Parents are paying attention, and we want responsible leadership, financial accountability.
I'm going to take board comments. Yeah, board comment. Director Batchelor, Vice President Batchelor.
Thank you. I just want to commend the superintendent for bringing us scenario 3. I know there were many challenges to get us to this point, and so I appreciate your diligent efforts to make sure that there was a scenario presented before us tonight that we could discuss and vote on. There was a couple of questions that I had, both from folks that made public comment as well as folks that reached out to me. The first is there is a discussion of a loan within that document that's attached to this item. Which of the 2 scenarios in this item is the loan a part of? Scenario 3 or scenario 4?
Scenario 4.
Thank you. And is that also the case for the 640 FTE reduction?
Yes.
So scenario 4, great. And I know that Troy, if he's still here, spoke to the reduction, if we go below the 3% in the California Facilities Program, that we would not potentially be eligible for Prop 2 funding. I don't know if he's here or not and can answer a question about it, or if Preston is here. But I believe that if we, I was really concerned about that, but then I had conversations with staff about it, and if we make reductions within our budget, we can potentially see that 3% being actually lower than it currently is. I just want to make sure that that's on the record, though. So I would love for staff to come back and talk about that. As we're getting that information, one of the things I did hear from PSAC that I hope that we can explore is the furloughs. Would you be willing to incorporate furloughs as a part of the budget reductions that you're seeking in scenario 3?
We're looking at all kinds of options, and we have to figure out how we can get to the bottom line of addressing the cuts. And there are lots of options that include furloughs for staff. Yes, that is an approach that other districts have used, but we have to look at everything and vet it.
Thank you. And lastly, I will say, Preston, the question about the 3%. And just lastly, I will say I appreciate your willingness to gather a team to look at our finances, because I do believe that they could find some potential reductions as well and bring those forward. So we did have that question. I just want to make sure it's in public record that about the 3% statutory requirement for the California Facilities Program. If we are to dip into that, which it looks like in this scenario, we're going to dip into $1 million, we potentially would not be eligible for Prop 2, but you had mentioned to me the possibility of that being reduced if we reduce the budget.
So, yeah, thank you. It's the 3% minimum requirement for the restricted maintenance program. And Mr. Christmas did an excellent job explaining that as well, is as it's based on 3% of your total expenditures in the district, and as the board makes reductions in total expenditures, it'll reduce naturally the RMA, and as long as we remain within the 3%, you do become eligible for all the Proposition 2 funding.
Great, thank you so much, because I do see the facilities needs throughout the district and wanted to make sure that we weren't cutting ties with that program that we could get funding for. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other board comments? Director Barry?
Yes, I think the first thing I want to say, because it was read before the public and it was super clear, is that I don't recall there being a single thing that the PSAC statement included that didn't deeply resonate. So to the folks who volunteered their time to so quickly, just like us here on the board, reviewed the scenarios that are before us and then produce that statement so clear, thank you. And I'm in, agreement with a lot that was shared there. And I think and I've shared this with you directly, Dr. Sadler, I think the reason why Director Hutchinson's amendment matters to me in this moment is because without some structure around where we go from here, I'm concerned about making a vote, because I do think as scenario 3 is outlined in its current iteration, it's more vague than I feel comfortable saying this is the plan, because I still don't know what positions and what the implications of some of those recommendations are. And for me, it would help to know what the math and the rationale behind the $32 million that is recommended we cut from sites, like where that's coming from, the 7.5 to 10% in reduction to special education, the feasibility of that. And in the absence of having that kind of data and information today, at least being able to have a discussion about what data and information we do have that signals the feasibility and signals that these are the numbers we'll give feels important. Because what I don't want to happen, and hence why the dates in the amendment are critical, is that we spend time doing the math and doing the homework and proceeding through the implementation of these recommendations, only to find that there's not $100 million there, because some of it's not feasible. And I did speak directly to several folks in our schools, and there is confusion about how, like, where they would cut, right? For some of our fully staffed schools who are using restricted resources to cover their costs, right? And there may not be any cuts that they could make, but would it alleviate the base, right? The demand on the base. And if not, does that mean that the $32 million that we're asking to cut from sites is going to disproportionately affect some school sites than others? I think it's important for us to know. And so I'm eager to get to the implementation part, and I'm comfortable advancing scenario 3 with the stipulation that there's going to be some more learning, and there are other adjustments and other recommendations may need to be considered. Hence why this timeline, because we cannot wait to consider other recommendations when we learn that there isn't enough. And hopefully I'll have more time later, but I'll leave it at that right now.
Are there any other board comments? Director Thompson.
Yes, I want to echo concretizing the timeline in order to make sure we move forward with precision. And I think someone mentioned consistency earlier. I think that's very important also. And with the timeline would bring about consistency. I don't necessarily want to ask a question, but I do want to ask if anyone thought about, especially on page 12, 26, 27, you talked about the centralized procurement of copiers. I'm just wondering if anyone has thought about economies of scales if it were centralized. And then number 2, also looking at non-public schools, again, not asking a question, but just triggering people's thought, I hope. Have we thought about those types of structures that are important in order to address any of the special ed needs that our kids have who have to go to a non-public school?
Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I don't say it enough. It's heartbreaking that we're in this situation. We shouldn't be here, and every day we're left with fewer and fewer viable options. If we do nothing in terms of our budget and our finances, we will not be able to pass a balanced budget by the statutory deadline of the end of June, which means we will automatically be taken over by the state. If we run out of money and aren't able to make payroll, which is an open conversation in many places these days, we'll be forced to take an emergency loan and be taken over by the state. And taking a loan from the state doesn't solve any problems. It's a one-year fix at most. We would still need to make changes to be solvent, and it has the added burden of having to pay back a loan with interest and losing local control. On October 8th, the board was directed that we were supposed to approve a plan and a timeline to address the budgetary shortfalls in this school year and next school year. Instead, the board approved a resolution that said they would bring back scenarios on November 19th, and that those scenarios could not contain any cuts to any school sites. On November 19th, those scenarios were presented by staff, and it showed at most they could get to $20 million in savings. And then the board again passed another resolution asking the superintendent to come back with another scenario to show how we were going to cut the rest of the $100 million we need to cut for next year. Now this scenario 3, first time I saw it when it was posted online, when the agenda was posted, actually after the statutory deadline of 72 hours before the meeting. The whole thing is entirely unacceptable. And people are still acting like we're not in a crisis and it's make-believe. I can get over the fact that people want to mischaracterize a resolution that I introduced or an amendment. I understand that there's not a depth of understanding in enough places around these issues. But now as a board, we have squandered 4 months, which means there's less to cut from, and the hole for next year has grown. In June, when the budget was approved, we were projecting a deficit next year of 75 million. Now it's grown to over 100 million, and in the process, we've used up all of our reserves, all of our carryovers, and any extra dollars out there. We've been failed by everyone, y'all. And if we don't take immediate action, there will be no way for us to correct this course that we're on. And again tonight, we hear people just going back and forth and talking about, let's discuss this in the future, when that time is gone. And so if this board does not pass a resolution tonight that takes direct action to address this crisis, we won't even have another conversation for another month until January 14th. It's a crisis. I cannot overstate how serious this is. It's very disappointing that voices are still trying to put out other things. But I need help from everyone to ensure we as a board and as a school district take the necessary actions to remain solvent. And anything else is not only irresponsible, that causes the most harm to kids. This is gonna hurt for the next couple of years. What we have to really guard against now is that this hurt becomes generational harm, because that's what's going to happen if we don't address the crisis that's been laid at our feet. Thank you.
Director Lotta.
Yeah, I want to, I would also, I think, first off, applaud Dr. Sadler for bringing forward scenario 3. I do know that it took a significant amount of work. I would be remiss in saying that it is, I am disappointed that we're getting it at this meeting when, it was anticipated and called for in a resolution to come on the 3rd. And so I do think that there is valid concern about needing to have some clear timeline. So I would expect to hear that from you as well. I do also want to, I think, specifically say that 2 things I would just want us to focus on. One is I think I also want to lift up the care-centered framework that you've been using, and also add that in addition to being thoughtful about our families, our educators, our staff, and community being, being felt and having the anger and frustration, that's our job to accept and also to continue to move forward. I also think we need clear criteria on what we're supporting for student success in these reductions and what we're maintaining. I think parents, I've been, talking to folks and been at school sites, and principals, parents, teachers, staff have all shared that they want to engage on how these reductions would impact their schools, and so I think that maintaining the SSC and other community group engagement instead of just making, centralizing too fast, because I do think we have to be thoughtful in how much we centralize, but then if we're also centralizing and reducing, that can be very kind of double the impact in some schools. I want to specifically lift up PSAC's recommendation to maintain school safety and cleanliness, as well as the call to continue the enrollment stabilization work. I think both things came from, are not necessarily reflected. I know there's mention of them, but I just want to lift up that I felt those were a couple that haven't come up yet tonight. I also want to say, having attended PSAC and CAC, the consensus work that parents from different experiences, different years of time in the district, teachers, students, wrestled with things that are very difficult, that we experience differently depending on where our students are at school. And watching that process, I just wanted to say that I really applaud the cooperation and the seriousness that was taken. They adopted recommendations that not everybody was happy with but could live with, and I would just encourage my board colleagues that I think it's very important that we clearly support moving forward on a scenario together, showing a commitment to the community that we are all gonna do the work to get our budget on track and in a way that is transparent and community-centered. So I would just hope that all of my board colleagues will vote on scenario 3. Thank you.
Director Williams?
I know you're watching the clock. Oh, don't start yet. All right, thank you, Director Brohard. Really appreciate it. I'm very conflicted right now. I'm conflicted because in 2023, January, the Alameda County Superintendent, Elise Castro, sent a qualification notice. No, she sent a notice to the board president and told the board president, we're going to change your positive certification to a qualified certification. There's the receipts. There is a letter that says that to the board president. And in January in 23, all the board members came on board, and the first thing they was given was this letter by the superintendent. You need to cut $110 million and another 110 million. So the Alameda County said, cut 200 million. You know what year that was? The year was in 2023. Last year, in December of 24, our board certified negative because nothing was done. So don't, this technique of create fear, create doubt, create uncertainty, blame everybody else. Blame everyone. You're all incompetent. Y'all don't know what y'all doing. And the person who actually had the information first was the president of the board. And they did absolutely nothing for 2 years. 1 year you were president. The second year you were vice president of the board. And that was nothing done. And guess what we've been delivered today? A budget deficit of $200 million. The Alameda County Superintendent told us what was going to happen. We are forced, our backs are against the wall. We're standing on the cliff. The wind is blowing. We're about to fall off. And you know what? It should have never happened. We should have taken action in 2022. But you know what? Someone stopped school closures in 2022. Somebody who was the president was leading the charge. When we needed to make the necessary cuts, the cuts did not happen. So please don't come to me right now and tell me I'm the person who didn't get it done. Take responsibility. I was president. I received a letter and I did absolutely nothing. And now I'm going to blame the new board, and I'm going to ask you to be angry at them because I didn't even do my job in 2022, 2023, and as vice president in 2024. Stop it. See, when you don't know the information, then you can get manipulated. That is really a good technique to manipulate people into believing that this board is the evil board that ain't doing nothing about it. Stop it. Stop misleading us. Stop lying to us. Stop distorting the facts. Stop threatening us. Stop disparaging us. Stop it, stop it, stop it. FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We did not create the budget. We inherited the budget.
Director Williams.
Madam President.
No.
The speaker's time has expired. The board, I would advise, adhere to its rules for board member comments.
Thank you. I would like to call the question on
Excuse me, before we call the question, since those comments were directed at me and I heard you.
I believe that you.
So
excuse
personal
me,
attacks, first off, are not supposed to be allowed here at the
they
board.
happen tonight too,
Like,
to other
it's
people.
I didn't hear a
wild that we
second.
want to talk about receipts and we
Oh,
ain't
there
never
was-
seen one. But
Point of
that's
clarification.
that's
Do
fine.
we need
Go ahead
to
and do your vote. Let's see you figure
Do we
this
need to
out.
dispose of the amendment?
We need to
scenario
vote
three?
on the
Okay.
amendment
Yeah, I'd like
first. So, Mr. Rakestraw, if we could have a roll call vote on the amendment.
Yes. I will refer to the proposed amendment as the Hutchinson Amendment because it's proposed by Director Hutchinson. On the roll call to adopt the Hutchinson Amendment, student directors are absent. Director Lotter,
No.
Director Williams,
No.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Director Berry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
No.
President Brohard.
No.
The Hutchinson Amendment is not agreed to. The
Can-
main motion is now before the board.
Okay.
I'd
We
like to
can't-
call the question on scenario 3, please.
Thank you.
for
Can we have a
adoption.
roll call? and
I
vote
would
on
I would like to
scenario
have
three,
a round
please?
of board comment before that vote. Or I would at least like to make a comment before that vote.
I would ask you not to make a comment in response to Director Williams.
I don't need to respond to him. He makes
you.
it clear. That's fine.
We'll take one
As long
round
as
of-
people are watching. You know, only person I know who talks about receipts and ain't never had one. So we are in a very tough situation now as a district. And this is actually
Excuse me, parliamentarian, there was a call for a second round, but there was no second. Can we hear a second and actually take a vote?
I heard the president
you.
acknowledge that I could speak.
You can speak.
I apologize, I didn't hear that.
So, you know, one of the things I've been trying to work hard on for the last few months is just getting more people to pay attention to what's been happening here at the Oakland School Board. It's pretty self-explanatory once people watch. And so we are going to wind up tonight now where, again, we are just going to talk about scenarios. Now, since that's the only thing on the floor and there actually is no direction, a scenario isn't a plan, there isn't any follow-up work that comes from that. It's just saying, oh, we accept that scenario that's been written down. Did anyone even bother to look at the scenarios? To have $10 million in savings listed both for this year and next year, saying that each year we're going to raise attendance by 2%? Scenario 3 contains Scenario 1, which greatly reduces central spending, and we were told that was the limit of what could be reduced. And now Scenario 3 calls for cutting 10 to 20% on top of it. Scenario 3 also shifts funding to one-time sources and plays these accounting games. And the biggest problem we have right now, or I have as a school board director, is because of the lack of direction from the board and because the superintendent hasn't done it with her unilateral authority. I, to this date, haven't seen a fully comprehensive plan, what all the dollar amounts are, so we can even make the kind of decisions we need to make. We literally don't know what we're talking about. When what we need to do is we need staff to bring back a detailed plan that shows every bit of savings we can find any place. See how much that is, if that's enough to get us out of this hole, and then if it's more than that, then we'll have the ability to make decisions about what we might want to do and what we don't want to do. But that work hasn't even been done yet. And we're back to scenarios. This is how the financial documents used to be presented before Lisa Grant Dawson came to the district. And I think it's telling that she didn't give the presentation tonight. Because now this scenario uses percentages. We're not cut 10% from here, 15% from there, this percent from there. That's not a real plan, and that's not what any of us want to see happen. And again, by giving no direction and this not getting done tonight, we'll get to January, maybe something will get done. If we're going to change staffing for next school year, we have to notify staff by March 15th. We're out of time, and this board refuses to take action. And lastly, if you actually read my amendment and the way I've written it each time, My list of items aren't prescriptive. It says to look at those strategies, use the scenarios, and figure out anything else you can to bring back a plan so we can make a decision.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. We're really trying to honor that
We're moving
time.
backwards,
Are
and
there
I
any other
hope
board
everyone is
comments?
watching and will hold the board accountable. Thank you.
Direct.
I'd like,
Go ahead.
I was just going to call the question.
Second it.
Ma-
Mr. Rick.
Just point of clarification, are we just voting to accept this scenario? That's
Yes,
what
we
the
are.
motion was?
That is the motion.
Madam President, may I state that when the board passed the resolution on, I believe it was November 19th, the phrase said for the superintendent to come back with recommendations without restriction as to how to achieve, to close the gap so we would not have a budget deficit for $100 and some odd million. I read, and scenario 3 is a superintendent's recommendation in response to the board's request. Whether the board agrees entirely with the superintendent's recommendation is not the point here. She responded to the resolution and the board's direction, and she has done that. And so the question before the board right now is whether or not you wish to accept her recommendation in response to the resolution that you directed her to do. And that's the question before the board. And if you vote yes, it's yes. If you vote no, it's no. But she has, in my opinion, if you adopt it, met your direction from November 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Can we call the question on this?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt scenario 3, which is the superintendent's response to the board's directive of November 19th. Student directors are absent. Director Lauder.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Barry.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
And President Brohard.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the first interim.
A point of clarification, President Brohard, is there going to be any follow-up directions given to superintendent and staff of what now the next step is in this work?
Yes,
because
we've been
the board
discussing
just approved $32 million in cuts to our school sites for next year with no idea where those are, another $12 million in cuts to special education, and everything on that list with no information other than we're now considering these recommendations. Recommendations for what? And when is that work going to be brought back? And when are we going to vote to address the financial crisis?
We voted to accept the superintendent's recommendations, and she is moving forward with those. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the first interim.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the first interim report, and following presentation by staff and discussion by the board determines the certification to be sent to the county superintendent of schools. Is there a second?
Second. Oh. Second.
Please.
I read it into the record again for folks that weren't paying attention. I move adoption of the first interim report, and following presentation by staff and discussion by the board determines the certification to be sent to the county superintendent of schools, and Director Lotta seconded.
So is that a motion to call it a qualified budget, certified, or negative? What is the motion within the determination that we need to put forward?
Per our parliamentarian, he has asked me to quote this language very specifically because we would like to hear from staff first before making a full motion.
So my understanding is for an interim report, there needs to be a determination voted by the board. I don't know why you would make a motion to let's listen to it, and the motion needs to contain what the determination is.
Parliamentarian, can you respond?
The motion is proper. The board has not lost this opportunity based on the way that Vice President Batchelor has made the motion to make the determination as to what certification will be sent to the county.
Okay, we'll take public comment on this. Oh, presentation, sorry.
So, President Brohar, good evening, Board. Please advise how you would like this to proceed. If you'd like to get to public comment, if you'd like me to just hit a few slides, being that it is 9:18 and you do have, I don't know how much time we have based on the time at this point.
We have time to go through, we have about, I'm going to give you the 10 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So we are here to discuss the 2025-26 first interim, and I will give highlights regarding the report. The packets have been provided. We always provide assumptions based on what we've utilized not only in the prior year, but just reflecting what we're using, because when we do an interim report, it has 3 years in the multi-year projection. And so with that, this is a standard slide that we've included to provide line of sight of what's actually in the multi-year projection. These reports, in which there's a full report based on the date that it was run, that basically shows the difference between our beginning balances. Why it's been important to share this information is to unpack not only the unrestricted, but there's a coinciding slide for the restricted resources to really show what the gamut of the 175 plus resources that the district has, and what we're watching as it relates to a balance. I don't know why on this slide this always gets kind of squirrely, but essentially the work that we've sought to do to increase where the focus is, at least for the chief business officer, where the district's areas of concern have been primarily in the base. And so that's been the work to try to recover as much resources back into the base, because it essentially is the responsible resource for the entire general fund, as well as additional funds and resources. We essentially are looking at a total of $851 million in revenues. That is parsed between unrestricted and restricted revenues. Our restricted revenues are continuing to decline because we do not have the excess additional restricted resources that we received in the last several years, especially regarding post-pandemic. And then as those resources decline, there were additional state and federal infusions to support school districts in California. You do see, when you look at the expenditure line, that the district is in the first beat, spending less than the revenue that it is earning, so $456 million in that first column. Where the restricted, we're actually spending more than the revenue that we've earned. So how does that happen? And then therefore, when we talk about deficits, when we see a negative, because in the restricted resources, we have earned and been awarded resources that we have not spent. We are allowed, based on the resource, to spend that money in the next year. So at first interim is where we've now closed the year and carryover is applied to the budget. So you see adjustments to the budget based on that carryover. When you go to that 4D line or D4 line, you begin to see the total financing and other sources and uses. That's the line where our contributions lie. We did share also that this year we are using some one-time resources to reflect what typically would be at this stage of $130 million in contributions, primarily to as was discussed earlier, routine restricted maintenance, as well as special education. That money goes into the restricted resources, and so you see that transfer in accordingly. Our beginning balance, as we discussed, has declined. We have essentially spent down the district's fund balance, which 2 years ago was $118 million, and now we have $55 million, almost 56 to start the year. And so based on the deficit of what we're spending in the current year, we only have $19 million remaining, and therefore our reserve for economic uncertainty is at 1.92%. So that is one of the areas for 25-26 in the various discussions, not only at budget adoption, but with the board's resolution to seek to restore the reserves, which again, we've talked about in the next slide. We spent some years seeking to build that, and then very quickly it was eroded and utilized to balance the budget. The next slides really just start to compare the adopted budget to the first interim, which again, you're not seeing material differences in revenues. It's a $2 million increase, but you are seeing increases in expenditures. Those primarily are coming from carryover. So again, we've closed the year, and then we were adding new expenditures based on additional resources to spend. And we talked about when we did the 45-day and a preliminary first interim, how our ending fund balance our beginning fund balance, which was our ending fund balance from the prior year, went down. Why? Because we spent additional resources in the 24-25 year that reduced our fund balance. And those areas, again, are coming from the base. So I'm going to move forward. This slide essentially articulates where the areas of change are. We talked when we met in the 2x2, so it's important to highlight some of the activities that have happened. So when we adopted the budget, that same night, the agreement for ASME was approved. And in addition to that, we had modifications to the alternative budget solutions to make. So we presented that. We have since now paid, as of first interim, at that time, the first wave of the 2024-25 retro payment. And then in November, which is after the first interim, we paid the second wave of the retroactive payment to ASME. We've discussed why that particular movement took quite a while to calculate, when normally if we're able to negotiate and then complete negotiations in the same year, our system can work harder for us than us having to do manual work to be able to adjust that. But those things were done. In addition to that, we did have a reserve in Object 4394, which will be continuously adjusted by the time you see your second interim. There will be further adjustments to that particular reserve that was for ASME and for SCIU. The SCIU recent agreement is not included in first interim due to the date of the first interim, but you do see the ASME salary adjustments. So you see movement from the 4394 to the 2000 classified salaries, as well as the coinciding benefits. Another thing that we wanted to point out, moving to the restricted area, is that the district recognizes revenue when it is known and measurable. And so there were, with our cycle of change with the state of California and the legislators having to adopt a budget by June 30th, they often don't finish all of the details of the budget. And so that's where you see various trailer bills that will clarify resources. Well, one of the resources that was included in the budget was the Student Support for Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. We did not include that in the adopted budget. It was known, but it wasn't measurable. Measurable meaning how much we would earn, when we would receive it, and when we could therefore recognize it. So that has now been updated since the budget. There's been a lot of conversations and questions about Prop 98 as we communicated to the board. The projection for how much that's going to be is not occurring until January. And so, you know, as we're listing these grants that come in, these grants also reflect an increase in revenue for the restricted general fund, but also in expenditures. So just wanted to highlight those particular areas of change in the restricted general fund. Again, this same list, and then there's a full list in the back of your packet, lists all this is just a snapshot of some of the restricted general funds. This summarizes all of our ancillary funds. So again, the district is responsible for multiple resources and multiple funds within those resources. And so with that, we continue to contend that our resources, our funds are operating within their limits. So therefore, the base general fund is not making a contribution to any other fund at this time. That was an area of challenge that the district faced and overcame, and hopefully we won't see that occur again. There are some years, this is the 25-26 report, but the headers still say 24-25, so it is the 25-26 data. Okay, so the multi-year, when we're looking at, I'm gonna go to this slide. the multi-year projection. So this is where when we're having the conversations about what the board's previous discussion was regarding the deficit, we knew that there was going to be a deficit in 25-26. Why? Because we adopted the budget without enough reductions, without and no restructuring to cover all of the deficit. That deficit, if not addressed or expenditures not revised, moves to the next year. So the 100 million as of first interim is currently sitting at 104 million. That number is going to change by the time you get to second interim. Why? Because you're recognizing what resources you're not going to spend, and you'll be adjusting the budget up or down. And so with that being said, this is where 26-27 looks like. 27-28 reflects 194 million, and that also is stepping through. If you do nothing in 26-27, you carry that deficit with you. The board will continue then to work with the superintendent and her vision of how to address the deficit, but ultimately, and again, the area of focus for the deficit is in the base. Whether you do something about that or not is the board's purview, but it's my responsibility to show you and tell you where it is. So with that, that's really what we really want to share as it relates to that, and that a lot of the restricted programs, and we appreciate the questions, cannot support the unrestricted expenditures in the budget. So again, this is the restricted multi-year projection. Again, we're continuing to project that our restricted revenues are declining while we're spending down resources and awards that we have previously earned. So if you look at the ending balance, you continue to see that we'll have less and less resources, so therefore there'll be less and less resources for us to shift and move areas of expenditure in. So as the board and superintendent continue to deliberate, we're projecting these changes, and because of the tool that we use, you can very specifically see which resources are moving and how they're moving, and then have some very detailed conversations, and multiple staff members in the district have access to this projection report that we utilize, as hosted by the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance team. Our cash balance, which again is the continuous conversation, our cash is going to decline as our revenues decline and as we continue to spend resources. So last year we started our beginning balance with over 300 million. This year we're starting with 267 million, and we're projecting to end the year with 182 million. That is all contingent upon if all the revenue comes in during the year as projected, as well as the spending. So we are budgeting to spend all the resources that are budgeted. We know that that does not occur, but we also are projecting revenue that we're counting on to come in as well. It is really important to note that as we look at the restricted revenues that have come in, the general fund also fronts a lot of money to support restricted resources. So when we're looking at cash flow, we had the opportunity to go through the 2x2s. It is important to understand how the cycle of money comes in, because the base general fund ultimately is what's funding it. And then whether we have to submit a report to receive the resources or complete other tasks, that's really going to be important as we're moving into our new normal of what our restricted resources and our cash requirements are. The next slides just highlight for you, and had a great question for one of the parents about, when we're projecting what is 1% of increase in attendance. So again, when you're looking at these charts, we get a different rate based on the grade span and based on the weighted distribution, which is the way I calculate it, of the number of students. That would tell you what 1% would look like. You can also straight line it if you take 30 million and divide it by. It's not going to give you as accurate as a number, but those can be differences of why you see a difference in what a 1% increase in ADA is, because of the distribution of the number of students. So that's a free math recommendation as folks are looking at that, and really appreciate our families really paying attention and asking questions. This is an area ultimately that we're continuing to say our revenues are declining. We did recommend, just based on where our qualifications are as it relates to negative certification, meaning that the district will not until we secure our reserve, that's a will not be able to meet all of its obligations. However, the board will discuss and as placed on the board agenda for the board to be able to determine, as it has communicated, that it'd like to remain qualified. So that is your purview. Our next steps after the board makes its decision is to submit the first interim. Our audit is done. And so with that, we were essentially done with the audit and the final reports and activities in November. So that is the earliest, technically late October, that the audit has been done. It'll be presented to the board in January, if not 1st of February. And in addition to that, we'll continue with the budget development that is currently happening. And then your second interim will be due March 15th to the county, so therefore being presented typically your first board meeting in March. So thank you, President Brohart, and I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Superintendent Sadler.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our chief CBO for her report and for her timeliness in completing the first interim, which was due on December 15th. And it will be prepared, it is prepared and will be able to be submitted actually before deadline. So I want to thank her and her staff for all the work that they accomplished, and also providing opportunities for the board to have specific meetings with her to review the data and information in the interim and other budget matters. So thank you. I just wanted to thank you publicly for all your work.
Thank you.
Is there public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have 4. Carol Delton, Oliver Brennan, Ben Tapscott, and Asada Olakbala.
2 minutes each.
Good evening, Board. Oliver Brennan, parent of 2 students in OUSD. I would like to thank Lisa Grant Dawson for yet another carefully presented first interim report. And I'm 5 years in the district now, and she's been here throughout my entire 5 years. And I'm very nervous about what things will look like afterwards when she does finally move on. This first interim is just reflecting where we are at now. And, you know, this board and the previous boards have been making adjustments now for 4 years. 4 years ago, it was attachment A, then attachment B, then attachment C last year, and what's scenario 3 is heading towards attachment D. So there has been drastic cuts every year, and they're getting progressively worse because, as Lisa Grant Dawson educated us throughout this time, one-time funds that we had from COVID were ramping down, and they've just about ended last year. So, you know, nobody's blaming this board for having to make tough decisions this year and last year. The decisions have been tough for the last 4 years. I remember when you guys were making cuts 4 years ago, there was people downvoting cuts and reducing the amount of cuts. So we've been doing this for the entire time I've been in the district as a parent. But we always did this with a view to eventually restructuring the district. And that's not dramatically cutting away half the schools or anything like that. It's going through the entire district and structuring it for the number of students we have now that we can maintain stability with. So, it's time to stop denying that the problem is just now. The problem has always been there. You've been addressing it for years now, and please continue to do it. But I'm disappointed that the amendment to the previous motion was not passed, because now we're not sure when the timeline, what is the timeline for scenario 3, which is part of of our budget for next year. When is that going to happen, and what are the details? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, I won't need the 2 minutes this time. Jack Nelson, Oakland businessman, as well as retired educator. Thursday and Friday announcement at Skyline High will be tomorrow and Friday, the dance concert that they do, and it's very good. I am one of the sponsors of it, and one of the ways I do it, as I did it today, is I pick up bottles all around Oakland and I recycle them. Because that, number one, physical educator of all time, Aldo Nelson, taught me small jobs are just as good as big jobs. Anyway, the John Beam Classic occurred on Monday, and Valerie, I know you sent something out. Mike, you did. Thank you. I don't care what was said before, but I appreciate everything you've done on the John Beam thing, and you too, Mike. Anyway, we lost, big deal, which is good, 49-42. I had brought the Marchmen in from O'Dowd and Skyline, and they played at halftime and towards the end of the game, and that was great. Let's see. Oh, and kids won one of my little nicknames. They called me Bill Veck, my friends, because we gave $50 first prize to a boy and a girl that made a half-court shot, and they had to move up a little, but they made it. And then $20 to the second person that made it, and then A's tickets to some other people. I'm going to finish with this. It's good. I'm going to make it. The John Beam Fardella sign. I think you need to vote on that like in January, or at least talk about it and vote in February, because it needs to get done. Laney is renaming their field house. I was there tonight. That's why I wore my Skyline hat from 2014. Laney is naming the field house now. They voted on it the other day. I'm waiting for you guys to tell me when you're going to do it.
Good evening, everyone. So whether the board feels that it's more appropriate to certify negative or certify qualified, you're acknowledging that without changes, you will not make the ends meet in the upcoming years. Whatever you decide, I hope that you make it very clear to County Superintendent Castro the actions that have been taken and the actions that will be taken. One of the things that I've repeatedly seen over my years, different boards coming to these board meetings, is that ideas come forth and they are not operationalized. There are many ideas in attachment C. There are many ideas in scenario 3. They need to be operationalized, and I hope that the board can agendize those items, because all of it is structural. Sometimes people talk about changing the infrastructure of the district, and they mean schools. Contracting versus employing is structural. Multiple departments in central office is structural. Multiple layers of management is structural. And all of these are ongoing expenses. So you do need to look at it all. Thank you.
This is what concerns me. One thing. I was at the meeting Monday of the Facilities Citizens Measure B, J, and Y. What I got from that is that you may have a negative bond rating. And if that's the case, we got some problems, some more problems. Then there was a discussion that if you, from one of the facilities representatives, if you continue to keep the number of schools that you have open and you don't engage in consideration of mergers, or you're going to deal with a tremendous fiscal deficit related to your facilities department. And that's when I called you. Because I said, what in the hell is going on? I said, does the board ever heard this? So here's my thought. Are you getting all of the information that you need to get? Because that discussion with a possibility of a negative bond rating means if you can sell bonds, but you're going to have high interest rate, and you're at risk for that. So I'm concerned. And it's not just that issue, it's everything being made available to you. And that's what I got from that meeting. Does the board know this? Have you had a sit down? You're talking to these individual volunteer citizens, but have you had a discussion with the board?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. Where did all the money go? 2012, 435 million. Measure 8J, 425 million. Measure Y, over $1 billion. McClymonds is supposed to have been remodeled. Is anybody up there going to ask him when in the so-and-so is he going to get that stuff off of the front floor and start the remodeling? No project has been delayed for 2 years but one. 5 schools have had something done on their campuses. That's called discrimination. It's not money. So what is it? They've taken half of that front floor, and those kids can't even go back there. They're doubling up and trying to figure out how they're going to work it. And I talked to the principal yesterday. So when are you guys going to ask the question and get an answer? He's walking around here. All those schools that had lead, 40 of them. He held that for 9 months, and he's still working here. What's going to happen to those kids that drinking that water? I went on the thing about the water in 2016. 2018, we were supposed to start remodeling. I know you got some issues. Why don't we sell the land? Nobody's saying that. You got 3 locations, East Oakland, 2nd Avenue, and West Oakland. You've closed 7 schools in West Oakland. 7. You haven't done that in any other neighborhood. And you sit up there, and I don't hear, Ben Cedric, I don't even know, where's that boiler?
Thank you. Make your motion. Are there any board comments? Vincent.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Olabala, all of the board, we had a specific round of meetings with staff just to discuss the impacts on our bond rating that this financial crisis is causing. And the fact that the board, again, took no real action tonight is only going to hurt the bond rating more. I assume the same 4 directors on the board are going to vote for a qualified first interim report, even though it's very clear that we are in a negative standing right now. We will not be able to end the year with our statutory required reserve of 2%. And as of now, we have no ability to pass a balanced budget for next year. We've been failed, and the failure isn't just here with the board, and now I see it growing into senior staff. But County Superintendent Elise Castro should have stepped in months ago. She actually has the authority to stay or rescind any decision for 5 years after we leave state receivership. When she told the board in an official letter that by October 8th, we needed to come up with a plan and a timeline, the consequences of failing to do that under the Ed Code is her stepping in and taking over. And now today, we just had a scenario 3 approved where one of the items was the superintendent convening experts from outside to come tell us what we need to do. This whole thing is insulting. I've heard comments made tonight that implies that there was some problem with our Chief Business Officer, Lisa Grant Dawson. So let me just say unequivocally, Dr. Kyla Johnson-Trammell and Lisa Grant Dawson are two of the main reasons that we were able to leave receivership. Two of the main reasons that now, with the latest tentative agreement with one of our labor partners, we completed the job of every labor partner receiving at least a 15% raise over the last cycle. These are work that we started in 2022, and it was long-term work. We have a 3 R's restructuring plan on the books. There is the 3-year fiscal sustainability plan, which is on the books. We have years' worth of work. We know what we need to do, but the problem we have is the board has refused to take any actions, hasn't allowed it to go forward. We're not even arguing over policy and politics now. This wasn't a debate about which choice we want to make tonight. What we had happen again is the board decided to do nothing, when everyone knows that we're in financial crisis. There's no second set of books. Like it's as Mr. Rogers used to have, it's like the land of make-believe up in here. And
Thank you,
it's
Director
really,
Hutchinson.
really frustrating. And again, I just want to say unequivocally, the school board, within our fiduciary duty, must declare a negative certification if we're going to do our job in any sort of realistic way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments? Director Berry?
Yeah, first, Ms. Lisa Grant Dawson, thank you for the presentation. I think ideally, at some point, please, we will get to a point where we'll accept the amount of money that we have in our budget that's available to us, and we'll design an education system that we can afford, right? And work backwards from that. Like, what do we want teaching and learning to look like, and develop the budget accordingly with the money that we have. I think we need to do the multi-year planning. That someone mentioned a more expansive definition of restructuring, thinking about teaching and learning within this context and calibrating with our educators and our leaders around what it will look like to have quality teaching and learning with the budget we have is work that desperately needs to happen. I think it's getting totally lost in this conversation. But absent that, I have two questions. The first is about 26, 27. So how much, you may not be able to answer this, but how much of what is presented in scenario 3 will impact or influence our ability to chip away with the projected deficits in 26, 27, and 27, 28? So where does it position us to implement those recommendations for future years? And then a similar question, just thinking about the recommendations for this year. If we fully implement those, how does that influence the certification we might be eligible for come second interim?
Thank you for those questions. So the first question, you're correct. I'm unable to answer holistically. I mean, ultimately, any adjustment that's an ongoing adjustment, and especially in this situation, if it's affecting the base positively, then that's definitely going to be something that's going to support the district long term. The second question, so that's what the interims are. There are opportunity for you to, a budget is a living document, continue to update your projections. And just like last year, when it was noted we certified negative, then by the second interim, we certified qualified. So it's a real certification that does mean something to those who do the work. And so, with that piece, we honor the integrity of what that clause is. However, as been stated, the board is in control to make the determination about, what it's going to do. So the articulation about the why will be important at some point in time, but ultimately that is why we lent that to based on last year's discussions and criticisms, which we can take very easily. the board sought to move in a different direction. And so with that, that's why I was offered as if that's what you would like to do, proceed in that way. But ultimately, the second interim and then third interim gives you that opportunity to re-up your certification based on the data that you have and you've updated. Because again, the budget is a continuous living document.
Director Lotta.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to note in the from our 2x2, we had a long discussion about cash flow. I appreciate you surfacing that again. That that we'll end the year with $180 million in our cash flow, and of course, while nobody can predict potentially having the federal government withhold money again, I just wanted to state clearly that's why for me. Any talk of a loan is extremely premature and personally I think dangerous to throw around when we do have cash flow for next year and have time to now implement scenario 3. And I think the other piece is just that with the implementation, we've already adopted the hiring freeze, and with scenario 3, we now have the freeze on spending in the 400s and the 5,000s, as was mentioned by Mr. Christmas, as well as the contract freeze. I do feel, confident that we can support a qualified first interim. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Brohart. I just want to share with the community, in March 2025, we cut $100 million. We cut $100 million in March, and we're expected to cut another $100 million. That's $200 million. That's $200 million in 1 year. Unprecedented, unheard of. No other school district has ever done something like that. They've been taken over, but cutting resources, we can go back to the board agenda in March, we cut $100 million. So this board now has been expected to do the next phase, which is to cut another $100 million. I'm going to put my money on the superintendent who has worked 50 years in public schools at every single level and has gotten her degree. I'm going to put my money on her and say, if you're giving us this proposal and you're doing the work, we're going to make it happen. We're going to implement it. And that's what we need to do. I'm not going to say she doesn't have the experience. She doesn't know what she's doing. This is so vague. We just have no idea, like someone just made it up. I will put her resume against anyone on this board. And I just know as an educator, what I would say is be practical. You got to have some experience at the job. You got to do something to actually know someone's going to get it done. It is great to stand outside and throw rocks or grenades when you have no experience in education at all. I just want to put it out there because we have to be real about the conversation. If I got my $20, it's going on someone with 50 years of experience versus someone with no years of experience. So I just want to be clear about that. I will rock with this budget. I will rock with this proposal. And we as this board made tough decisions, cut $100 million, and we're going to hold her accountable to do the next deal. You know who we supervise? We don't supervise the staff. We supervise the superintendent. And when she gives us the program, we're going to work with her so we can get it implemented. And she's going to use her staff to help her get it done. to operationalize it? That's the question. Who is willing from the staff to stand with her and operationalize this? That's what we should be talking about. We want to give her the. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Vice President Batchelor.
Thank you. I move to adopt the first interim report with a qualified certification to the County Superintendent of Schools.
I'll second it. Okay, can we, Director Hutchinson?
Yes, thank you. I just really want to read from the presentation that was put together by our superintendent.
Quick point of clarification. Board parliamentarian, is this appropriate to have another round?
You just made a new motion, and so
I
there's
am
a round
asking the
of
parliamentarian
comment.
so we can make sure that we're following board policies and procedures.
Oh, now you're worried about that?
Parliamentarian.
Well, it's not a new motion. You did indicate in the initial motion.
So I was already acknowledged by the president to speak. I don't know why I'm being
Right, and I'm
interrupted
asking for a
now.
point of clarification from our parliamentarian. Continue, Mr. Rakestraw.
In the initial motion, it was said that you would adopt the report, and following the presentation of the staff, the board will make a determination as to what qualification it would attach to the report. You're filling in a blank. It's part of the same motion. You indicated you would do that.
And
So
that
it's
does
in
not
order.
trigger a second round of
it's-
conversation?
So it's in order. If the board wants to have another round about the issue, it can do so.
President Bohar, do you want to have another round?
No, let's call the question.
So you already acknowledged I could speak, and now
I
you're
have-
going to say, no, he can't speak?
After
All
call
right.
the question, thank you.
And the board, I won't say more. Mr. Hutchinson, in effect, is appealing the decision of the chair not to do another round. So if the board wants to overrule the chair by voting yes, you can do that, and then he will be entitled to his other next round. If the board does not do that, then he's not entitled to speak again.
And just for clarification, there needs to be a second to that motion. Is that correct?
So he's appealing the decision of the chair.
But does there
And
need to be a second to that appeal?
So I would say that he's entitled to have his day to be heard.
Can you take 2 minutes, please?
I'm not even going to respond to that. So I just really wanted to point out that in the PowerPoint presentation from Ms. Grant Dawson around this item, there is a page towards the end, page 29, which says key takeaways. And the second one says, from Ms. Grant Dawson, our Chief Business Officer, we have self-certified as negative and request that the board support the recommendation. So again, the superintendent, through her Chief Business Officer, has put forward a recommendation of negative. The board is deciding they think it's better to do something else and do qualified. So no matter how many speeches people give about following the expertise of 50 years worth of experience, that's not what's happening here. And I think it was extremely disrespectful, the comments made while Ms. Grant Dawson was just here at the podium, that puts into question the work that she's done for us. And again, individuals on the school board thinking they know better than the professionals they were just speaking about. So this isn't rocket science, y'all. It's in the PowerPoint presentation. And again, there's other agendas going on up here instead of managing the district to produce the best sort of outcomes that we all want and that we need. And I could have said that without going around in circles for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Can we call the question, please? No, I want to call the question. Thank you.
On the motion to adopt the first interim and certify it as qualified, student directors are absent. Director Lauder, Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson,
No.
Director Barry,
No.
Director Thompson?
No.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
And President Brohart?
Director Lotta is here.
Director Lauder?
Yes.
And President Brohart?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Mr. Seychuk, can we have a interpretation check, please?
Yes, moving on to interpretation announcement for today's meeting. We'll start with Arabic. Please only raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Ms. Abdi, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Yes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نقدم لكم الترجمة باللغة العربية رجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشادات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية هناك 3 نقاط عند كلمة يمور، اضغط عليها ثم اضغط على كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي حتى تستمعون إلينا بوضوح. الرجاء رفع اليد حتى نقوم بخدمتكم وشكرا. Arabic instruction is done.
Great, thank you, Ms. Abdi. Checking attendees if any hands are raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with Arabic interpretation. Next, we'll go to Cantonese. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Cantonese interpretation. Mr. Ewan, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Cantonese, please.
大家好，呢度係屋崙聯合校區教育委員會會議。如果你身處現場而需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請到你嘅禮堂嘅左手邊拎取一部手提電腦，然後跟隨以下嘅指示，你就可以連同網上嘅人士收聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。如果你需要廣東話嘅翻譯，請到你嘅熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇廣東話，你就可以收聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。如果你需要廣東話翻譯嘅話，請舉手，讓我哋知道有人需要廣東話嘅翻譯服務。多謝。Cantonese announcement is done.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ewan. Checking attendees if any hands are raised for Cantonese interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with Cantonese interpretation. Next, we'll go to Spanish. And again, please don't raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please.
Yes, of course. Buenas noches. En esta reunión estamos ofreciendo interpretación simultánea al español. Si quieren la interpretación, les pedimos que por favor levanten la mano, ya sea virtualmente en Zoom o si están presentes, levanten la mano. Si están presentes, se les va a llevar a la parte de atrás del salón donde tienen computadoras y van a poder escuchar la interpretación por Zoom. Si alguien pide el servicio, van a ver en la parte de abajo de la pantalla de Zoom un icono que dice Interpretation, o sea, interpretación. Presionen ahí y busquen Spanish, que es español, y ya van a poder escuchar la interpretación al español. Si no ven el icono de interpretación en su pantalla, a lo mejor están en un teléfono o en una tableta, vayan a donde están los 3 puntos suspensivos y ahí sí van a encontrar el icono de interpretación. Nuevamente elijan Spanish y van a poder escuchar el servicio, pero nuevamente solamente si alguien lo pide. Muchas gracias. Spanish interpreting announcement is done.
Great, thank you, Ms. Walker Marquez. Checking attendees as if any hands raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start with any interpretation, and I turn it to you, Vice President Batchelor.
Thank you. So in order to respect our labor partners who have been here since early this afternoon, I'm going to be moving items R2 and R3, which is the sunshine of UAOS and sunshine of BTC, next on the agenda. UAOS, can you come up and provide your 5-minute presentation? BTC, go first. I will formally open the hearing R3 for BTC Sunshine.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Finally, I just want to address this. We need to move this bargaining comment thing a little bit earlier, waiting until just to say a few words to you, and there is nobody behind us here to have community to hear even our concerns, what's going on. We need to do a little bit better about that. But Thank you for sunshine, and then good evening, board and community. My name is Basha, and I'm a chief tutor for BCTC. As you all know, we submitted our sunshine letter to start contract negotiations. We just want to flag you that we expect to negotiate in a good faith and fairness. Given the state of affairs in the district, we hope that we are not left behind. We also want to say that we stand in solidarity with our fellow unions in this current moment. We hope you will do right by us and the citizens and the students of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hollis, are there any public comment on this sunshine?
Yes, Vice President. We have Bedouin Ku K and Asada Olugbala.
Mrs. Sada? Thank you. UAOS? We closed the hearing, and we now open the hearing for UAOS's sunshine.
Thank you, Board. My name is Kerry Koppman. I am President of the United Administrators for Oakland Schools. I appreciate this being put on the agenda. It has been long overdue as we requested this in August.
Oh, wow.
We are sunshining a successor agreement. Just like BCTC, we are very concerned about the pay for our members, the safety and other concerns that exist for our members. We have engaged in a salary study with the district around that, and that will be released very soon. That will talk about the low pay that we are receiving. It is also important to note that we are extremely concerned around the toxic levels of stress and the safety concerns that occur with our members. I do appreciate this being sunshined, and just like my union brother Besha said, it would be inappropriate to leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis. Any public comment on this sunshine?
Vice President, that is Asada Olugbala.
Mrs. Sada, wonderful. We go ahead and close the hearing for UAOS's sunshine and go back to O, which is consent items. Is there a motion for O?
Yes, I move the adoption of letter O.
Second.
Thank you. Is there public comment on O?
One moment. Yes, we have Carol Delton, Sala Olugbala, and Mario Capitelli.
I apologize. 1 minute, yes.
Okay, so I will just hit two highlights. Last time I spoke on the consent report, I talked about 9 different literacy programs. Now let's add another 3, plus 2 other contracts to implement those programs. How is that serving our students to have this multiplicity of programs? How is that serving them in terms of continuity and growth? It's one of the areas I think we can cut back on in the coming budget. Second, on this consent agenda O, there are 24 items from the Measures H&N Committee. 24. Takes up 10 pages. They meet twice a month. Their statute requires them to meet publicly. It does not require twice a month, and it does not require them to put their contracts in these small areas that takes a lot of staff time outside of what their legislation pays for. And if we're looking for areas to cut, that would be an area to ask them to cooperatively remanage their procedures, because this was a small agenda for them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I think these are items that needed more interaction rather than just rubber stamping. D7, confused because it says removing funds for student projects for 2 executive directors and 1 manager. Or is it O16, prevention related to active shooters? That needs detail, how that's going to work. O60, $200,000 for anti-racist learning sessions. Y'all need to delve into the racism that's going on in this district more. 083, out-of-state travel for Oakland High School men's basketball. You were supposed to approve this on December the 3rd, and it didn't get approved, so now you're approving it. It's after the fact. This happened December the 4th to the December the 7th. Lastly, 014, item for equity-driven adult learning. That needs to be across the board. Equity-driven learning needs to be more discussed and put in place.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mr. Mario, come up.
Thank you, everyone. Item 01, I would like you all to think about. We can decide to work together tomorrow, or we can decide to work together today, or we could have decided to work together 6 months ago. But there is work that needs to be done, that needs to be continued, that needs to be done sustainably. There is less and less funding every single day. And we have experts who do this work, and that contract does not reflect coordination, cooperation. It doesn't affect best practices. It doesn't affect. It just does not reflect the direction we're going in. And so I'm here to ask that you reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all for public comment. Board members, I see Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. You know, for myself, I stopped voting on the consent reports in April. And I've said at every meeting since then that I can't vote on a consent report when I don't have faith in the people who put the items on this consent report, starting with the board president. And to answer one of the questions that was asked before, I can tell you that most of my colleagues on the board don't read through the items that they're voting on. But more than that, especially today, when there's a discussion about scenarios and our certification and the crisis that we're in, since April, I have not heard of one incident where staff or the board president has pulled contracts off of the consent report. Where even one time somebody said, hey, maybe we can't afford this now that we're in crisis. But instead, every meeting, there's more and more spending, more and more money going out the door. No sense of urgency, no recognition. I mean, I even hear now, oh, well, maybe this is something we can look at for next year. Like, we're in crisis right now. Where is the urgency? Where is the fiscal responsibility to say, hey, maybe if this is a contract isn't in place yet, maybe we should just not do it, and that could be a part of the savings that we need going forward. But instead, the board buries their head in the sand, and they keep just plunging into the abyss. And so we have no plan to address the financial crisis. We just certified a qualified budget against the recommendation of staff. And now we have a consent report spending millions of new dollars that nobody could even explain the reason behind. This is the problem that we're facing. It's very depressing at this point, and we really need to have a change in practices. That's the only way we're going to be able to fix the district. Thank you.
Director Thompson? Director Latta?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that I agree that we need to get our spending under control, and I think obviously we have the outsourcing task force working on some of that, and I look forward to, now that we've passed scenario 3, Dr. Sadler, that we will not be having as many contracts come forward. Thank you.
Director Williams? Okay. Director Berry? Okay. Good? Okay. Seeing no one else, I will go ahead and call a vote for this item.
On the motion to adopt the general consent report, Director Lauder?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Right. Director Berry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
And President Brohart? Absent. Okay. Motion's adopted.
Great. And I forgot to mention this, but the superintendent will not be doing her superintendent report today because we have many other items that are statutorily needed to be done at this meeting. Thank you so much for that, Superintendent. But it is posted on the agenda. Now we will move on to P, which is consent items facilities. Is there a motion to adopt? I'm sorry, there's also consent number 2, which I believe there is a recusal. Director Lotta, would you like to state for the public why the recusal?
One of my friends is on the board of Soccer Without Borders.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve consent item number 2?
Yes, I motion to approve consent item number 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there board public comment on these items?
Asada Olukbala.
Thank you. 1 minute, please.
And a lot of things that are going on in this district, we need better balance, okay? There's nothing wrong with soccer. There's an item for $200,000 for soccer in the consent agenda, and now this item for soccer. But we don't have other items like McClymonds had a rented scoreboard for the game. They're going to the state championship. We didn't have a PA system at the game. We had a generator to warm up hot chocolate. It didn't work because the electrical system is not functioning. You were there. They were on the hot plate trying to balance. That's not happening. Have all the soccer you want, but you have to address all the other issues, like our football program at McClymonds is not being respected, and they're going to the state championship without your support.
Thank you. Board comments. I see Director Berry, Director Williams, Director Lotta's not here, Director Thompson, Director Hutchinson. Not seeing any motion from my board colleagues. I'll go ahead and ask for a vote on this item.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Director Berry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
President Brohard? Motion's adopted.
Okay. Now we are at P.
Director Lauder was recused.
Yes.
Students are absent.
Thank you. Okay. Now that we're at P, which is consent items on facilities, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Public comment on this item?
Yes, we have Sharon Travers and Asada Olukbala.
Right, 1 minute.
Okay, the ridiculousness of all of these items related to McClymonds. Everybody else on this agenda related to this item is getting extension and more funding. You know what's happening with us of McClymonds? You are delaying the projects. 413 more days to get the field replacement, 789 more days for the extension of the evaluation of the property. 789 days for turf replacement. Turf replacement, you're saying could be all the way to December of next year. That means McClymonds next year may have to play on that dilapidated field with a broken down scoreboard because you're approving that the project for the replacement of the turf, you have all the way to December of next year to do it. And it was supposed to be done from June to October of this year. So you have all of these things going on with McClymonds being pushed off and not happening. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. And you're going to say, yeah, it's okay, we're going to do it. You're going to approve it tonight.
Thank you. Director Hutchinson?
Thank you. And also, in driving by, I saw that Oakland High has finished work on their football field as well. I really wanted to bring up one item that I am proud about on here, even though I will not be voting for the consent report. Little over a year ago, myself and former director Jorge Lerma realized that the Jefferson name was still on our buildings and facilities in Oakland. And so we introduced a resolution to make sure that Jefferson's name was taken off of every building that we have, every document, every deed, because we should never be honoring slave owners in our district. Tonight with P28, it is the official renaming of the Child Development Center to Global Family Preschool. And so I just really want to thank former Director Lerma and the community who was engaged around this process. And it kind of shows that when we do set our minds to it, and when some of the silliness stays out of the way, we can progress forward, and we can do it in a way that really reflects the values that so many of us hold dear. And so if there is any other school names like that around, I encourage the community to be engaged around that. We do have a process to rename facilities. I thought the Jefferson name had already been removed years ago from everything, just like we removed Washington's name. But this should always be ongoing work that we're engaged in, because although we are somewhat enlightened in Oakland, we still have a long way to go even here. So thank you to staff and to the community who were involved. And it's long overdue, but after this vote today, Jefferson's name, Thomas Jefferson's name, will not be on anything associated with OUSD going forward. Thank you.
Director Thompson, Director Latta, Director Williams. P. Consent. Director Berry. Okay, wonderful. Let's go ahead and call a vote on this item.
Okay, on the roll call to adopt the general obligation consent report. Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Berry?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Vice President Batchelor? Lauder, Director Lauder?
Yes.
And Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
President Brohard? Absent. Okay, motion's adopted.
Wonderful. So now we're moving on to M, which is labor partner comments. I don't see any folks remaining in the room that are our labor partners. Is there anyone on Zoom?
I see no hands raised for collective bargaining unit partners.
Okay, we will keep it moving. Public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any public comment on non-agenda items?
Yes, Vice President Batchelor, we have one moment.
Are you ready?
Oh, here you go. We have Jonathan Mates Muchin, Carol Delton, Asada Olagbala, Laura Blair, Tatsu Yamato, Jack Nelson.
Thank you. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, Ms. Asada.
So at the meeting on Monday, I think it was, of the Measure BJNY, given a document, as reflected about McClymonds, it says that current project over budget, approximately $1.5 million. Then it says they're transferring $3 million uncommitted measure-wide deferred maintenance turf replacement to McClymonds project. So that's why they didn't do the turf. They took the money from the turf, the $3 million, and they're transferring it to the budget. They're transferring $1.250 million from air quality and air improvements to the budget increase. I mean, what in the hell is going on with this, with how y'all screwing McClymonds? Nothing. Nothing. The turf money, we had $3 million, just like Oakland High and another school, for turf replacement. Now they're saying he told somebody, oh, that's not happening. Nothing is happening. Y'all are allowing this to go on, and we will continue, I will continue to come back and say it over and over again. What you just did was a racist act on a black school to to not even say to this man, explain while nothing has happened at McClymonds High School.
Thank you, Mrs. Otter. That's your time.
The ladies, the teachers on the first floor cannot use the bathroom. There's
Mrs. Sada, we have a couple other speakers and some key items. Mr. Mates-Mutchin, thank you so much.
Hi, Board. Jonathan Mates-Mutchin, Skyline High School parent. I want to uplift that, assuming that the resolution passed at AC Transit, the bus is going to be restored in January. It was the 39 bus, and it is of the effort from our principal, Rebecca Huang, Kimberly Rainey, Vanessa Cifuentes, and the OUSD facilities staff that converted a bathroom, which we probably needed for something else, but it is going to be for AC Transit drivers because they need to lay over at Skyline for that bus to function. I advocated with Skyline and with the district, and it seems like everything is in order as of tonight. And I just wanted to uplift that, not only the students who need that bus if they want to do any sports or after school programs, but also the community will be able to use that bus starting in January.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to new business, S1, declaring the emergency. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt item S1.
Seconded.
Thank you. Public comment on this item? S1.
Asada Olugbala.
1 minute.
We have another black school, Ralph Bunch, that, and I've told you this story and over again, that it was decided by facilities that some maintenance issues need to be dealt with, so they moved them over to MLK, and they did absolutely nothing and allowed the property to become blighted property, and now you got to perform demolition. And those students at Bunch are still sitting over there at MLK, predominantly black school. I think right now it's more of a balance of diversity. But how do you allow this to happen? How do you allow this man to do this? They were supposed to take care of that school. They didn't do it. They did nothing. And you allow it. And you allow it. So I don't know what's going on, but you have no integrity when you can sit and allow this to happen and do nothing to the children. You can't say all children. I'll be back and say it over and over again.
Thank you, board colleagues. Dr. Berry? Dr.
No comment, but if, Preston, you want to give a quick update, I welcome, I invite it.
We want to make sure that, our comments about staff, one of the things that well,
Why do I have to respect him? Why?
I did.
Because he's your employee?
I've heard from Director Berry that she retracts her request. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Director Williams?
No comment, but I do want to make a motion to move S3.
We're not on that item?
Oh, we're not?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. Director Latta? Director Thompson? Director Hutchinson?
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Olabala, if you just heard right there, that was one of the problems where the director representing District 3 asked about a whole different item on the agenda while the discussion is about Bunch right now. And although staff hasn't done what they needed to do to solve these problems, every step of the way it's been voted on by the school board. So it's not that the school board has let things happen. The school board has voted for these things to happen. This item in particular, that is listed as an emergency item, first was brought as an emergency item in June. And the reason why an item sometimes needs to be an emergency is then you can have a shortcut to the process of hiring a contractor. So if there's a flood or something immediate, it can be an emergency vote, which requires 4/5 of the board to vote for it. Now we are into 6 months of this being listed at every meeting as an emergency, over and over again, still voting for it. And about every 2 or 3 weeks, I see a story on the news on TV about Bunch being lit on fire again. This is the neglect and mismanagement that has been ongoing. A lot of this is historical, but it's reached a very acute point in this calendar year. And it's just unacceptable that first, the board would still manage its facilities and its contracts in this sort of way, calling things an emergency when clearly it's not, because it's been ongoing for 6 months. The board was negligent in letting what happened to Bunch happen in the first place, because the students were first moved out because of a chemical leak. Nobody said at the time they'd never move back. And that chemical leak was 5 years ago, over that. And no plan to also replace those facilities. So you don't just jam people into Martin Luther King, just like you don't just jam people into West Oakland Middle School, especially when they're not even the same grades as the students who are already there. This is much beyond benign neglect. This has been an aggressive disinvestment from District 3. That is historical, but it's also a point now where we see it's still ongoing. And still, I'm sure all of my colleagues on the board are going to vote for this just like they have every other time, even though since June I've been saying the same thing. And for people who have made it through this whole meeting, please connect the dots, because the lack of governance and the mismanagement of public resources, whether our properties or our dollars, by this board, who then directs staff, or the superintendent, and the superintendent directs staff, it's mind-blowing. And there seems to be no end to it.
Thank you. I'd like to call a vote on this item.
On the roll call to adopt S.-1, Director Thompson,
Yes.
Director Barry,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
No.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Lauder,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
President Brillhart.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Now moving on to S2, which is demolition. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the motion to demolition on 1025 S2. Oh.
I apologize. Which item is this?
S3.
No. Thank you. The demolition resolution, which is S, colleagues.
It's not S at all.
Thank you for providing me feedback. What is the item number for the demolition?
We did. It was my typo. I apologize for that.
Can my board colleagues get on the mic and explain which item we're on?
Yes.
It's T2.
I would love to get on the mic for this. Wait, you've been chairing the meeting and you don't know what item we're on? What have you been following? Don't you have an agenda in
I'm
front
sorry,
of you?
Director
Before this
Hutchinson.
happens,
Just jump
no,
in and
I'm going
say
to
that
speak to
we're-
this.
oh.
It was my typo on the agenda item that was listed. I take responsibility for that.
Wait,
I
do you mean this one that you
Yes.
dropped here, which was different than what you read out, which is different than the agenda that you approved?
This is the motion that we did to.
Or
move it.
President, whoever's chairing, can you move to item T2?
Thank you. T2. Is there a motion to adopt T2, the demolition of 1025 Second Avenue?
I move that we adopt T2.
Thank
Second.
you. Is there a second? Thank
Second.
you. Are there public comments on this
What
item?
was the seconder?
Director Latta.
Okay.
Asada Olukbala.
That's next. Thank you. You have 1 minute.
I think this item is something that's in the category of favoritism, because this demolition and
what they call it, they trying to do a feasibility study and so forth. I think you guys are pushing for this item to become a priority. Now, the money for the demolition is already in place. So are we calling for the demolition so you can move on to try to get your project, the building and all of that? Or is it just the demolition and we're going to wait for the feasibility study? Y'all had the feasibility study, $900,000 for a feasibility study, and you have all these great needs going on in the district. Is that a priority? My final comment is your prioritization method is based on your stuff. What's important to you, not important to the whole district. And you know what? I ask for you to close McClymonds. You have no respect for McClymonds. You intend to do nothing for McClymonds, so close it. Close it down. This is too degrading to have to come here and you absolutely do nothing.
Thank you. Board colleagues' comments, Director Barry?
I just wanted to say that not just in response to the comment we just heard, but to the conversation we had at Facilities Committee when this was taken up, there was a conversation about the other properties that merit attention. And I think it is important for us to take seriously the planning process for how we're going to address that, but I do believe a lot of that work is happening by way of the feasibility study, the asset management plan process, the facilities master plan, and so I do trust that that work is and will happen, but I do think it will require us prioritizing it and having it on our agenda for Facilities Committee to take up specifically or explicitly that, and I hope, I look forward to getting to that conversation.
Thank you. Director Williams? Dr. Latta? Dr. Thompson?
Yes, my only comment is that I too agree with Director Barry in essence, and I really hope that we're talking about minimizing the problems that could happen if you have a structure that's established, and I hope that's what we're talking about, and I hope we're not talking about anything further.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes, thank you. And unfortunately, that's not what we're talking. I wish this item would have been pulled off the agenda. This is another one that's brought as an emergency and requires a 4/5 vote. So why is a building that was flooded 13 years ago, why is that an emergency? And not only that, the last 2 times this project has come up, it was illegal, and the board was stopped from the vote even counting. Here we are with no notice to anyone, in the middle of the night with nobody here, an emergency resolution to demolish our signature property. Now, in this resolution, it calls for $7 million to pay for it to be demolished. So those dollars are coming from Measure Y. I remember the last reprioritization of Measure Y, which I authored. We took that project off the list along with 2 other projects to use any extra dollars that we had for a lead remediation plan. So now this board, through an emergency vote, is going to take money away from lead remediation or our projects like McClymonds to tear down a building? And if you read the documents, they say, oh, it's because the security costs have been so much there. Security costs are going to be exactly the same whether the building's there or not. And actually, it could be even a bigger problem. We see how well it's worked at Bunch. This is not how our public facilities are supposed to be handled. If this does get the amount of votes required with a 4/5 vote, I will be asking General Counsel and the parliamentarian to invoke the board bylaw that there's not a fiscal impact analysis that was done. There's nothing here connected to say where the money's going to come from and what the impact is going to be on other projects. And every dollar that we have in Measure Y has been budgeted already. And so this late night, while we're in crisis, with nobody here, an emergency resolution, playing with our bond dollars, It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. And again, I have no faith in my colleagues that they're not going to do it anyway, because they don't really seem to care about those sorts of things. I am counting on general counsel and the parliamentarian to continue to rule the right way. But this is, as somebody who's fought really hard for a very long time to protect that property from plans like this, to see that it's coming again from directors on the board and they think nobody's paying attention and nobody cares, they're gravely, gravely mistaken. Gravely mistaken. And unfortunately, I know Tim White is restless right now. Thank you.
I'd like to speak on this item as well. Yeah, I appreciate my board colleagues from the Facilities Committee, because I know we heard multiple times from multiple school sites that surround that campus, the unsafe conditions that are created by having an empty building. It is no longer utilized by anyone in the district. It is not habitable, yet folks were inhabiting it. There were dangerous conditions such as a window falling on a parent's car as they were picking up a child from La Escuelita, plus, again, more dangerous conditions for the staff, and also, quite honestly, electrical costs, because folks were taking electricity from Dewey, from other places, and getting electricity into the building. So again, because of those costs, the costs of security, I think this is a worthwhile investment so that we can actually start to figure out what we're going to use that property for. From my understanding, we do have 11 million that we've identified in Measure Y that covers demolition. So this isn't taking away from any project. It is something that we've already identified in Measure Y, and we will be reprioritizing Measure Y as well to include some of the things that we hear from families around the facilities master plan. And so, again, I am supportive of this because of all the reasons I just stated, and it has, as facilities chair, I want to make sure that we are activating our spaces regardless of what condition they're in, and this is a way in which I believe we can then create a plan to activate that space. So that's it from my comments. President Brohard, do you have anything to add?
As the director whose building sits in my district, and as a former teacher at La Escuelita, looking at that building for the whole time that I taught there, when I went to go back to do a read-in with fourth grade students, they had all kinds of horror stories they had concocted about the area, about the building. Having talked to the principal at Dewey about the attacks that students had faced going to and from the building, and to be quite honest, to be concerned about the people who were inhabiting the place. I mean, that we were, I think, extremely fortunate that nothing happened to anyone who was there. I want to appreciate the work of the district and working with the city to safely evacuate the people who were living in there without, again, injuries. But I think for many years we've seen people come from all the surrounding schools. And again, this is Met West, this is La Escuelita, this is Dewey, and this is United Nations Child Care or Early Childhood Center. So we have children from TK on up to 12th grade who looked at that building every day. And I know when I was sitting in the lunchroom when I taught there, we would all kind of look and say, I wonder what window's going to fall today, or what wonder. And I think, again, the fact that no one was injured while inhabiting that place is just absolutely very lucky. So I appreciate Director Thompson that this is really only the step to demolish the building. And I think, you know, again, excuse me. And I'm going to continue. So I think, again, this is our first step in ensuring the safety of our community. And we obviously we have a facility, or I'm sorry, feasibility study that's coming. And I think, again, we all need to wait until we see the outcomes and different possibilities with the land when that feasibility study comes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and take a vote on this item. Mr. Rakestraw?
On the motion to adopt the resolution to demolish the buildings as stated, Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Lotter,
Yes.
Director Barry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
President Broward.
Yes.
Great.
Motion's adopted.
Moving on to S3, but before we do that, we do have to extend the meeting. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
I move that we extend the meeting until 11:45.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So now moving on to S3, which is
We
there
need a vote.
motion?
Okay, oh, sorry.
Right, thank you. We do need a vote to extend. Can we take a vote on this item, Mr. Rickstraw?
Yes. Student directors are absent. On the motion to extend to 11:45, current meeting. Director Barry,
Yes.
okay. Director Lotter,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
No.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
No.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Broward.
Yes.
Motion's adopted. Meeting's extended to 11:45.
Thank you. Is there a motion? So now moving on to S3, which is the Office of Equity, is there a motion?
Yes, there's, I move that we adopt S3, Design for Equity and Anti-Blackness.
Is there a second?
Directors, may I make a comment before you?
No.
Not, there is a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Hudson. I just wanted to clarify, there was, I was alerted to the misinformation on this particular item regarding the staffing for this particular program. The contractor that was assigned to specifically work at Fremont will not be working on that particular assignment. And this was something that was reviewed by the staff and desired by that staff there. And this is something that Director Barry and myself have been monitoring closely. So I have been working with the director there and as well as our chief academic officer. And we are assigning the staff that was initially assigned there to another project. There is a new lead person who will be working with the staff to address the issues that are outlined in this particular scope of work. So, and that has already been, that staff person has already been approved on as the staff to, the contractor to address the issue at hand. We see that it is a very serious project, and so I wanted to make sure that the appropriate scope of work is identified. So the contractor will be working on another project in another setting. So I just wanted to clarify what was going on there.
So just to clarify your clarification, this contractor will be working at Fremont, but
No.
the specific person named?
No.
No.
This
Okay.
contractor will not be working at Fremont.
Okay.
Okay, but they will be working at another site, implementing similar kinds of things with other staff.
Okay.
It was-
Board staff, is that, it seems like a change to what was posted? Is that,
Well, yeah, I think you have to ask council's advice because before you, this is a contract for a specific person, a specific company, specific amount. If that for specific work, if that contract is not performing, then the contract probably should not be entered into with the description that it now has. So I think we'd have to bring this back. If the superintendent is saying that a different party will perform these services, and if it's not this contractor, then we have to bring it back.
Ms. Lindsay?
I absolutely am not supporting this particular, it's just not the right fit for the work that needs to be done at this site. So I really want to honor that, and it's more important to get the work done appropriately with the confidence of the staff.
The
So,
superintendent is asking to withdraw the contract. So
Madam Superintendent will withdraw and make the revisions and bring it back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do we need to take public comment? Okay. No
Well,
board
I
comments
have
on
board
this either
comment,
because
please.
we withdrew the item.
I have board comment,
So
please.
T3 provisional permits.
President Brohart, I have board comment, please. I've been waiting
This
my
item
hand
has
as
been
a seconder
pulled.
on the motion.
It's withdrawn.
Everyone talked back and forth, which designates board
It's
comment.
withdrawn. We're
I have
moving
an
on to the
equal
next item. Thank
opportunity-
you.
Wait. Can I get a ruling from the parliamentarian? They started to comment after we made the motion. We need to complete the round of board comment then, and then there won't be a
She
second
did not
round.
comment. She asked for a clarification, which brought out the issue of a new contract and that clarification from general counsel. Moving on to item T3, which is provisional permits.
Motion to adopt T3.
Thank you. It was withdrawn. Yes. No. It was withdrawn.
It was already moved. It wasn't withdrawn before it came forward.
We have a second on the motion.
Can we get a ruling then?
You can, yeah.
Mr. Parliamentarian, can you make a,
But see, the difference is this was something about
thank you.
anti-blackness, so we
Can
see
you
how
make
that
a
gets
motion?
treated.
Can you make a determination on S3 on the questions at hand?
Can I ask the question from a parliamentary procedure, please? Okay, there was a motion and there was a second. When that happened, the motion of the matter belongs to the board. The superintendent made a recommendation to the board that it be, she wants to pull it and to withdraw it. The board now needs to make a determination whether they're granting that. And Director Hutchinson was the seconder on the motion, and he's asking to speak to the question. So, Madam President, I would recommend you let him speak to the question, and then the board can determine whether or not to withdraw it. This is on the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Yes, let her speak, please.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sada. Not laugh.
It's comical when you yell at me not to talk, and then we get the ruling. So I'm gonna keep laughing.
Mrs. Sada, can
It's
you
better
go
than
ahead
crying.
and provide your public comment?
I'm going after this. This is ridiculous. The fact that it happened, that someone was assigned, an organization was assigned to deal with this racist issue impacting black teachers and students, and you have a majority of the people who work for this organization being non-black people, and it's appropriate. It was very inappropriate for them to be there, and I'm glad they spoke to it. But they have been there already since October, dealing with something that people felt that they didn't have any right to deal with. And what kind of negative impact is that? It has made it worse. The disrespect that you feel. And it's always the case with black people. Everybody can come to us to solve our problems. But if I try to go and deal with speaking on a Latino issue or Asian issue or white issue, it's very inappropriate. So this should not have never happened in the first place. It should have never come to this.
Thank you. Director Hutchinson, you have your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And the irony of who gets treated a certain way here, especially when the item was about anti-blackness and equity, you know, you can't make this stuff up. And for the meeting tonight, it's been highlighted how there's different treatment for different people, different treatment for different properties, different treatment for different stakeholder groups and different communities. We hear these long statements about how we want to address safety at 2nd Avenue, but we have the families from Skyline come, demand that somebody address their real safety issues, and they're ignored. We have real safety issues and issues in our community that are going to be felt first and most by people who look like me when it comes to the budget crisis, and everyone just ignores it. We have a strong black female chief business officer who has done heroic work for the district, but this board wants to minimize her as she's standing there and tell her you know better about what recommendation to make. The optics, you can't make this stuff up. There's not a lot of self-awareness. Yes, really, I'm proud that I'm from the home of the Black Panthers, that's the shadow that I grew up in. It breaks my heart that I'm the only Native and only Oakland public school graduate on this board. People out there in the community see it as well. Every time you mumble, every time you cut me off, when I know what the procedures are, but you get all flustered, everyone sees that. So keep on doing it that way. Keep on making the faces and always cutting me off when I speak. Keep telling me crazy stuff like don't laugh. Like, this is wild, but I take this very seriously, especially in the 45th largest city in the country. We're responsible for managing $1 billion a year. We have 34,000 students, 6,000 staff, and that all falls on us. And people aren't accepting this anymore. Y'all don't even realize with nobody here making these decisions, that should set off red flags. We got other directors who want to scream about receipts, and they ain't produced one yet. This is not how it's ever worked here before. And as we are circling the drain, this is the show you want to put on. So I can take it. I got thick skin, and thankfully a lot of support in the community. So you can try to silence me. You can try to make faces when I speak. You can try to minimize the work that I try to do to help out my school district. But people see it. It's obvious. And the racism and the hate for the Black natives is real up in this space. Ask Dr. Johnson Trammell, and you can ask me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to T3, which is provisional permits. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Public comment on this item?
There are no public commenters for this item, Vice
Okay.
President.
Can I make a motion to go ahead and vote? Let's go ahead and do that.
You just called the question.
Call the question.
Director Barry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson. Okay, you want to be considered absent, or you want to? Okay, all right. Director Williams,
Yes, sir.
Director Lotta,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Brahard.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Now moving on to, I'm hoping the last item, I think it's the last item, which is the declaration of candidacy. I'm going to go down the line here. Director Barry, Director Williams, Director Alada, Director Thompson, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, I'm going to be running for board president, and I would like to recommend and encourage either Director Thompson or Director Barry to run for vice president. Thank you.
All right. I would like to declare that I will be running for vice president. President Brohart.
I will be running for president.
All righty. With that, is there anything else we need to do, board parliamentarian, to adjourn the meeting tonight?
Board reports.
Board reports. Thank you, Director Hutchinson. The only thing I would add to my board report super quickly is that there's many events at Reddsdale that I will be going to. As I mentioned earlier, there's the Skyline engagements that we will be planning, and I will look forward to working with the superintendent and the team to make sure that we have all electeds as a part of that conversation, so we can all, as a city and county, support one another in keeping our schools safe. I will also say there is a toy drive, I believe, on the 14th at Life Academy, brought to you by the youth, by one of our amazing community organizations, Youth Alive. And I have gone every single year, and it has been amazing, the amount of toys that they have, the amount of community organizations that are there. Just seeing those smiles on those kids' faces when they get that bicycle, that doll, that Play-Doh kit, makeup. It's really wonderful. So I suggest if any of us can make it, it is again Life Academy on the 14th. And again, if there are any other events, please feel free to highlight that. Director Hutchinson, anything you'd like to?
Thank you. I appreciate everyone who came out tonight, and judging from my phone how it's blown up a couple of times, I appreciate how there's been so many people watching tonight's meeting. It's sad, the situation that we're in. It's depressing. And I do my best on the school board to not only present viable solutions, but also to highlight for the community what's really going on. It's beyond cynical what's happened over the last calendar year. And I know the board majority plans on things staying the same going into the next calendar year. We took no action tonight to address our financial crisis. And we didn't even take the advice of the chief business officer and certify negative. And, it's fine that every time I speak, I hear certain directors sigh and make noises up here and all of this stuff. It's weird. I grew up at a time in Oakland, in the most dangerous years in Oakland. And I know that people would have never done these things to my face, especially where and when I grew up. But people take liberties up here, and unfortunately, who pays the consequences the most is our community. And when we fail to address a real crisis, when we fail to do our jobs in an honest way with integrity, it's our students who pay the cost. It's our communities who suffer. And I've heard every school board director claim to support certain causes and certain stakeholder groups, and they've actually been the ones hurt the most. So what the board did approve tonight is told the superintendent to go ahead, even though we don't know what it will look like, and cut $32 million from our school sites. Go ahead and cut another $12 million from special education. That we're going to rely on raising attendance to bring in $10 million more in revenue this year and next year. And we're going to devastate central staff. That's not a real plan. There's no real engagement. And this has just been happening over and over. And so I know as the community pays more and more attention, there's going to be more and more accountability. There's a reason why the last board was run out of town, and the day is coming soon for this board. But I want to say unequivocally, I expect Elise Castro to be taking over OUSD, at least its finances, in January. There's no other option now, and the board has failed now at 3 opportunities to take actions that we were told over and over we need to take. A scenario is not a plan. A scenario is not a plan. A scenario is not a plan.
Director Thompson?
Yes, I'll make this quick. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to do a walkthrough at Acorn Woodland, and we focused on literacy. And I was really excited about that. It was put on by Oakland Literacy Coalition and Go Public Schools. It was attended by Jamila Sanchez, who is our Director of Literacy, Kate Sugarman, our Network Superintendent 3, and Tala Kunzar, who's our Literacy TSA, or who is the Literacy TSA for Acorn Woodland. And after the walkthrough, we had a panel discussion, and I'm really excited. I was invited to be on the panel with Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Sugarman, and Ms. Kuzar. And so, Kuzar. And so we had a wonderful turnout, and we talked about data and literacy, which is up my alley. So I had a good time representing us.
Thank you.
I represented all of us.
Thank you. Just on a super personal note, I love the librarians over at that 81st Library, and I love the fact that our school site is so close to that facility, and so give a big shout out to them. Director Latta?
Yeah, a couple of quick announcements. So tomorrow night is the Oakland Tech Informational Night for prospective 9th grade families.
I won't be there because I'll be at the hospital working, but my husband will be there. I also know Diana Sherman, our LCAP coordinator, is going to be there. So you can sign up. There's links online and on the Oakland Tech website. On Friday, very exciting, is the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Emerson Elementary Kaboom Playground, of which I helped build one of the Sidewinder slides, so I'm going to go check it out again. And then I think the only other thing is just that it's enrollment season. So on December 3rd, enrollment window opened. So if you are have a kid, you should enroll at OUSDenrolls.org. It's very easy. I did it for 3 of my kids because I'll have a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary next year. And then just a small, which we should do some, we'll have to do some more plugging for, you enroll in aftercare as well through there. So one new thing this year that is, I think, huge for families is that when you enroll in your school, you also enroll in your aftercare, so that when you get an offer to your school, you also get confirmed that you are in aftercare and before care, and it is amazing. So thank you to the folks who made that happen.
Thank you so much for that information. Director Williams?
Thank you, Vice President Batchelor. Just want to shout out McClimate's football. They won their 3A. Yes, I saw Superintendent Sadler there. Thank you for supporting. State championship is in Fullerton. Oh, they previously beat Roseville 42-35, which sends them to the state championship 3A against R.F. Kennedy Delano at the in Fullerton. And just want to say to all the young men, to the school, to Coach Peters, won a 7th league championship. And just really want to thank you for the work that you've done to really grow these young men into just amazing individuals who are attending college. We have one of the highest rates of young folks going off to college with their football scholarships and doing a lot with their lives. So you have a really great program. Want to shout you out, Coach Peters. Thank you to all the coaches as well that have helped Coach Peters make this run. Just want to shout you out, congratulate you. Thank you, brothers. I see your love every time I visit. Your love, your mentorship, your inspiration, your motivation, holding your young men accountable, but teaching them life skills. And just really want to just, again, say thank you. And to all the staff, I mean, it is a small community. McClimate's is like nothing else. And to see the staff integration of the relationships there is amazing. So congratulations. And let's go Warriors to win this championship this Saturday, 12-13. And Fullerton, get on the computer, everybody, and watch it if you're not driving on down. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Berry.
Yeah, just a few things. One, we have a special meeting on Monday the 15th around the superintendent search. We have a special meeting scheduled on the 18th dedicated to the budget, I believe. Facilities master plan, sorry. Don't miss those meetings. I want to be transparent. I will be joining both of those engagements virtually. I will be out of town for 2 weeks. I know that there's a lot going on, so I will be posting an invitation to join me for virtual office hours this month because so much is going on, so please look out for that. Also look out for information regarding an incident that occurred very recently. So I heard this evening from the principal at Fremont that a Fremont student's home was burned down. 6 of them living in that home. Their siblings are also affected, an East Oakland Pride student and a CCPA student. And so they are collecting clothing donations, furniture donations, and anything that we can do to support this family at this time, I think will be deeply appreciated. So I'll also share that donation link with the board, with staff, and I'll post that information online as well. But I really do encourage folks who are still listening and online to be looking for that and doing whatever you can to support.
Thank you for uplifting that. President Brohard.
I do have 2 short things. The first thing, I met with Garfield parents and staff and the staff at Central Kitchen, and it was the parents, and last month we met, and they had concerns about the food and whether or not the food, the expiration dates, and I think Director Lotta also talked about culturally, responsive food. They talked a lot about like how kids weren't eating the food, that it was cold. They also didn't have enough. So by the time the fifth graders, and as a former fifth grade teacher, I can totally relate, that when you're the last one at lunch, the food was gone. So the kids were getting cereal and stuff. But I have to say that Devinder Kumar, I think is his last name, if I mispronounced it right. Okay. It was an amazing meeting. I mean, he heard the comments that people made. He took them serious. I mean, of course he took them seriously, but he also had action plans. And out of that meeting, both he and I believe it was Crystal Ty, who was the menu planner, the parents felt really listened to. And I think, I was talking to them afterwards, and I this is the first time in the 40 years I've been, in the district that people have complained about the food, but actually somebody listened. And I think to watch the two of them really engage with the parents was just, was very special. There's a date they'll be meeting in January to actually sit down and have lunch together, the cafeteria lunch, so that everybody can experience that and talk about that afterwards. And again, the hands-on and the responsiveness was really amazing. So I want to give a shout out to the central office staff for that. The other thing is yesterday I had the opportunity to go to Oakland High for their CTE training, or CTE showcase, and a couple of my former students were actually leading it, and it's like, you were my fifth grade teacher, which is kind of cool. But what was cool, again, to go to see the Wellness Center, if people haven't seen the Wellness Center at Oakland High, it's like a Kaiser facility. I mean, it really is very amazing, and they will definitely show it to you. And because had a chance to go into some classrooms and see some of the students beginning their capstone. So they were, just their their initial part right now. But again, it was led by students, and I know they're doing them at all the different high schools. So as the high schools come up in your district, I encourage people to go and just, I was there for 2 hours. I think it wasn't that. It's an all-day thing. I couldn't do that. But we also had a really good discussion about possibility, looking at how do we do CTE in middle school. So what does that look like as kids begin to think? So it's not pathways in the same way, because obviously they're 11 and 12 years old and they don't know what they want to study, but how do we, kind of infuse an opportunity to take some different CTE classes? And that's my 3 minutes. I've never done that.
And with that, we adjourn introduction to new legislative matters. Does anyone have a new legislative matter? Seeing no one, now we adjourn the meeting. Thank you.